Yeah, really kind of like Bolt Thrower, kind of a band out there on its own. We're really, really different from every other band that's out there. The way we organise things, what we do, just everything is just totally different from the normal run-of-the-mill.
You just heard Carl Willits, and that was the Fourth Crusade from Bolt Throwers, the Fourth Crusade from 1992. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And we are revisiting, remixing, if you will, Bolt Thrower, as we did a few episodes ago with Edge of Sanity.
This was number 3 originally or something? We did our intro piece, then Edge of Sanity, then Bolt Thrower. Was that right?
Bolt Thrower, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Immortal was 4. Dismember was 4. Somewhere. I know those are our first 5 are those episodes. I just can't remember the order after Edge of Sanity exactly. But yeah, and it's, it's kind of a big undertaking to look at a band that has gained such a significant reputation. I mean, if you think like of where Bolt Thrower was in 2008 and how people like thought about them and talked about them when we recorded that episode and where they're at in 2022, I mean, it's like exponentially different. And I think that's kind of worth revisiting a band like Bolt Thrower for that reason. Plus like we probably just talked about Bolt Thrower off the cuff back in that episode. I purposely didn't go back and listen to it because I didn't want to be like pollute it in any way. I just kind of wanted to approach this completely fresh. So people who have listened to the episode, you can tell us whether or not we've significantly done a better job or not, but I have a feeling we will. Yeah, I have a feeling we will. So yeah. And what you heard there with, Fourth Crusade, Bolt Thrower were so good at kind of opening their records, and this is one of the kind of moodiest, kind of heavy crushing, that first minute before that kind of mid-paced tank sound that they sort of have perfected on that record, and really throughout their career kind of takes hold. And it's really, Fourth Crusade, which we'll talk about at the end of this episode in more kind of context, I guess. It's really a distillation of, all the Bolt Thrower formulas sort of coming together on that record. Some people love that record, and there's some, as I did some research, that have some critiques of that, including the band themselves, and I'll bring that up when we get there. But
yeah, it's pretty seismic difference when Colin Richardson came on.
Yeah, exactly.
And because those first couple records, holy crap, the barbarity and sonic value of like in battle and the Realm of Chaos, like how down-tuned it was.
Yep.
Just like holy shit. And then it's just that's kind of the peak of their first act, really.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the end of the last with the classic lineup too.
Yeah. Was Andy on For Victory? I thought he was on For Victory. I think that's the end of the classic lineup.
I think they had what the hell was that guy's name? I'll have to
Okay. I thought they got the session guy from Mercenary. But I might be wrong.
Oh, you're right. I don't think he toured for it though.
No, I think he left right after.
I think he recorded and he was done. Yep. So it's almost the end of the classic period.
Exactly. And you get this great, lyric, vanquished in the name of your God, one of the same to whom we all pray, to him now pray. There's a lot of cool lyrics that we'll be sort of, sharing throughout. I really gained a sense of appreciation doing the research for this episode, Mark, and I know you've already been this person, of just what a great lyricist Karl was.
It was Karl and Gavin were usually tag teaming.
Okay.
With Karl, and then he also did. That's something I just read in the Requiem interview we did in '95. I think I was asking if Martin was going to be writing, helping co-write lyrics or write lyrics in general, keeping the same type of ideas and everything about it. And he's like, well, Gavin will be working with him as he did with Karl. So I think Gavin was kind of like the litmus test. Jesus, he kind of like, what's that?
The mitigator, like the guy that kind of like helped Karl like formulate his ideas, or
I think that and keep it to the formula, like to the Bolt Thrower. For like he gave him the thumbs up if it was good, or I'm not sure exactly. How, that's just what I'm.
That seems to be like what, even when we get into, when we do part 2 and we talk about Dave Ingram coming in, and we actually got a chance to interview Dave Ingram. And so we'll let him talk about it. But yeah, Gavin kind of said I had to teach Dave like how to write Bolt Thrower style, and let him kind of approach from that sort of standpoint. I've got something before we do get too kind of into the weeds here. This is something we'll be kind of looking at throughout both episodes. And it came from a website we've used before. I can't remember what episode I used, another article from thequietist.com. But it's a cool site that does really good journalism on certain things. I don't know how deep they always cover metal stuff, but there's definitely been some things I found there. And this came out about a year and a half ago, January of 2021, from a writer named Kez Whelan. And I just wanted to read the intro to the article because I think it kind of sets the mood for people, coming into Bolt Thrower. And I do know for a fact, Mark, having kind of reached out to some people in the social media world, that there are some people who have never really done a deep dive onto Bolt Thrower who are Requiem fans who are looking forward to this because they're kind of like, I think, intimidated by Bolt Thrower because they just hear so much about them. They didn't really know where to start or kind of how to approach them. So I think this would be cool. We're kind of guiding both long-term fans and possible, newcomers and young people, because this is a band that we'll talk more about it, that I feel like young people stumble on all the time. Like a lot of my students enjoy Bolt Thrower first before they get into like other death metal or something like that, so they're a good gateway band for that. But
for sure.
Here's his intro here. It says Bolt Thrower. Whoa, little voice crack there. Like that. It was like
going back to teenage years.
Hit on The Simpsons there. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Simpson, your popcorn's ready. Bolt Thrower, an influential death metal band formed in Coventry in 1986, have bequeathed the world a formidable back catalog. Kez Whelan is on hand to help you pick your way through it. 16 years on from their last album and 5 years since their official breakup, and the cult of Bolt Thrower still shows no signs of weakening. In fact, it seems to be growing, if anything, with the band's influence rippling out far beyond the death metal scene they helped create. Aside from Slayer, perhaps, you won't find another band name that will instantly instill such feverish adoration from the metal community. And looking back at the unique, uncompromising sound they carved out for themselves in the annals of the genre's history, it's not hard to see why. Inspired by bands like Crass and Discharge just as much as they were Slayer and Black Sabbath, Bolt Thrower, along with their peers like Hellbastard and Deviated Instinct, were pivotal in bridging that gap between hardcore punk and thrash metal in the late 80s. But even when you compare their early work to their contemporaries back then, there was a darkness and palpable physical weight to Bolt Thrower's music that no other band even came close to. As their early punk leanings swiftly mutated into something far more in line with the nascent death metal sound, it wasn't long before the quintet were picked up by Earache Records, who joined bands like Morbid Angel and Napalm Death on a roster that would prove to be the building blocks for extreme metal for years to come. So I thought that's a good way to conversation piece to start talking about, where these guys kind of fit in, I guess.
I think the only, Discharge and I think Amebix are big on there as far as like shaping the feel, this like apocalyptic, I wrote down as if I was writing a pull quote. What the hell did I put it about? Slayer was a soundtrack to hell, and this is worse. This is like just like especially listen to it on headphones again. For I've listened to stuff a million times, but going back to the earlier stuff and really listening to that deeper, it's just like nothing really sounded like that. No wonder people were so excited about this when it came out.
Yeah, and I think like you brought up Slayer, and so did the article. I think another band that you could kind of throw in the mix that's universally almost beloved is they kind of fall in that Motorhead kind of standpoint too.
Yes, I would agree.
Where people in that Venn diagram of like punk, hardcore, crust, anarchy, death metal kind of people, grind people, all kind of agree on generally those three bands. I'm not saying everyone does, but those seem to make most people happy, for the most part. And all three of those bands have I guess Motorhead, even though they predate it, but have punkish elements to their sound. It's
sure.
Definitely there. I think another band too that we'll talk a little bit more in part 2 is Sacrilege.
Yes, that's super. And I know Carl's talked about how important that band was to him.
They had a huge influence, and in fact, that will kind of get connected in when he moves on from Bolt Thrower, and that I'll just kind of say that for now. But they were formed at a punk gig in a Coventry pub in 1986 as a conversation between two friends, guitarist Barry Thompson, at the time bassist Gavin Ward.
Apparently in the toilet. In
the toilet is where it happened?
Yeah.
That's like probably standing at the pisser,
Yeah, I'm sure. Like during some hardcore gig.
And they kind of agreed that there were like 4 bands that like mutually loved together. At least this is the research I found. I'm sure there's more than 4, but the 4 that got mentioned were Sacrilege, Discharge, Candlemass, and Slayer. And I think the Candlemass thing is interesting because something I noticed that maybe it's always been there subconsciously for me when I've listened is there is a death doom tone to a lot of the stuff that they do, even though they're not a death doom band per se, like the way, like, say, early Paradise Lost was or whatever. There's a gloominess that's always sort of there, and that somberness that floats over a lot of their music. And maybe they were tapping like instinctively into some of the somber aspects of like Candlemass or some of those like early doom Trouble or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Not that that was a primary influence, but they probably were hip to that stuff, obviously, you know?
Well, I don't think anything quite sounded as heavy as Candlemass did.
No.
Except for, you know, Sabbath and then Candlemass are kind of the, as far as heaviness is concerned, to that level. Like, you know, Pentagram and Witchfinder General and all that kind of shit was carrying on a little bit, but not that, like, just dirgy.
The weight. You can just feel the weight of those riffs when you kind of get into them. Got a quote from Gavin here. He says, we'd come out of the punk scene disillusioned. We liked the aggression of the sound, but wanted the precision of metal, and thought in the end we try to mix them both. It actually came from a Terrorizer interview from 2006 that I found. But I think that's it. It's like there are disillusioned punk heads who want it more. It's like we want it to be heavier. We want it to be faster. And that's kind of what like Napalm Death, you know, a similar band of that era was kind of doing as well, right? Kind of coming out of the anarcho-punk and then being like, well, we want more. You know?
How do we push this further?
Yeah, Carcass too. You know, obviously there's some shared DNA with those sort of British bands and like the weird scenes that they kind of towed. You know, and then basically what happened is they're joined by Baz's friend Alan West, who kind of was going to come in as the vocalist and lyricist, and then Andy Whale is suggested by a mutual friend, and that's kind of where you know, the band starts kind of, I guess, as a 4-piece. And I found, I forgot to write down exactly where this came from, so my apologies. But it was an interview with Andy Whale, and they asked him, you know, how he got kind of hooked up with Bolt Thrower, and he says, it was 86 when I first met Gav and Baz. Jimmy Whitley, who was a bass player with Napalm and Ripcord, came around my flat one day and said he knew some people who were starting a new band. After a couple phone calls, I went over to Leamington Spa, had a quick practice, and Baz and Gaz, asked me if I wanted to join, and that was it. I was just coming up to my 21st birthday. So that's kind of how he gets into the band. Interesting, I didn't know the Napalm Death connection to them as well, you know. Yeah. But I'm sure those guys were all hanging out together. You know, there weren't a lot back then.
Yeah, I mean, the scene's pretty small looking back at it. When you see people like mention names, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like royalty.
And he talked too about like how he got into drumming, like in what sort of inspired him. And he says, I started to play drums when I was 15. Up to the point I joined Bolt Thrower, I'd always played in punk and hardcore bands, which is still my favorite kind of music. I only started to play double bass drums when I joined Bolt Thrower. I just learned as we rehearsed. At that time, there was a great scene in Birmingham at a pub called The Mermaid, which we talked a lot about in the Napalm Death episodes we did with Albert. All the bands used to hang around at gigs. It was a very creative time. All the bands were playing stuff they had never really even heard before. It was great to be a part of that scene. So, yeah. And then basically the 4-piece went from there, and they decided to record some songs for a couple of demos, the In Battle demo and the Concession of Pain demo. And I think it's that Concession of Pain demo that ends up, they recorded that in 87, and that gets sent to John Peel. And we'll kind of come back to that in a moment. But it's right around that time after they send out the demos to John Peel that Gavin kind of decides he wants to switch to guitar. And a local bassist by the name of Alex Tweedy was kind of brought in temporarily, but he didn't really work out. And so when he left, they let Joe Bench try out. And in September of 87, the 5-piece was kind of a complete unit. Now, I believe Joe, was she?
Her and Gavin were dating.
That's what it was. Okay. Yeah. I knew there was something kind of going on there. Do you know how long that went into the band? Was it like short-lived, or were they dating in those early records?
I think it was for quite a while. I thought it was like maybe up until maybe Warmaster after, but that's just, you know, I have no proof of
that. No, sure. Not that we want to get like all tabloidy or anything. I never came across that. one of the things that Mark and I were talking about, off mic before we start recording is this is a band that is, they're very punk in their ethos. And that means that they often didn't do a lot of interviews. They didn't, often market themselves the way some of the bands of that era did. And that's cool and very respectable. But it's also sometimes frustrating when you're really trying to find out a lot of like research and information on those guys sometimes, Yeah. But we did our best. I think we hopefully will pull a lot of the threads together to be able to tell that story. So yeah, like a question like that of like whether those guys dated, that's probably answered in most bands' histories, but with Bolt Thrower, it's kind of like
I remember seeing it in something, or somebody talked to me about it. It was either I was directly talking to somebody, or it was because I know like Joe was in the scene as well.
Yeah,
and I think that they were just saying, oh yeah, they were dating, and then she picked up bass or something.
Oh, is that what was kind of happened? Okay,
I believe so. But if somebody can correct us, please, please send the information.
Absolutely. And so now that they got a 5-piece kind of together, they played a few gigs together, and then that's when Peel called and wanted to do a radio session. And so Andy kind of comments on this era. So I figure I'll let him kind of say. The first thing they talked about is like how you go from here it is. Oh, okay. This is about, I think, Joe kind of joining the band. He says, Gav wanted to switch to playing guitar. We tried a few bassists out who didn't work, and that's when Joe joined the band. As I've said before, it just worked well. Joe is a great bassist. We already knew her. She's totally into the music. Back then, there weren't a lot of females playing in grind bands. Most people thought it was a good thing. We've had a few shows where idiots shouted some rubbish, though. So, yeah, and that's always been like you never want to tag Joe as like, some kind of like token female or whatever, but yeah. But you'd also be remiss without talking about how important it was in terms of representation to have somebody who wasn't just like up there for image, but was actually like, part of the scene and was, out there doing the right things and probably inspired other young females to get into extreme metal or to like dream of playing instruments and getting into bands instead of just being fans at the time,
Yeah, I think with especially with with like crusty punk rock and hardcore, women definitely had more of a role in that outside of being a photographer, or,
sure,
going to the shows. Like even a band I'm researching for a project, Dissonance from Flint, had a female bass player as well. That was kind of like the one booking all the shows, and I think punk is where like women actually got into that boys club a little bit, and then it kind of dumped over into extreme metal, not very quickly.
No,
but I always thought it was like, holy crap, there's because it was as a kid growing up in a town that's very, it was very a white college town. And I was like, holy shit, Entombed has a black guitar player.
Yeah. Yeah. And oh my God, both were as a girl playing bass. And
yeah, like those things, they seem like, in this current climate, people think they're token or whatever, but I was honestly more interested in those bands that had people they didn't all look like a bunch of caveman guys.
Sure.
Like, we've got there's all kinds of people play this music.
Yeah, and I think that was appeal for me with like some like indie rock and alternative stuff too, like the Pixies and Breeders and that whole Riot Girl movement. That was like really inspiring for me as like a just like a white straight male, like you said, growing up in Mount Pleasant, to be like, oh man, these like Babes in Toyland are scary, and that's cool.
Yeah, Bikini Kill's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that shit's, and representation matters, like, because if you don't see something represented, you don't really imagine that it can exist. And once you see it existing, then you realize like, oh, that's cool. That's a cool pathway, or that adds some diversity to how you think about that stuff,
Yeah. And they were great, and they happened to be, different than everybody else, but it wasn't like,
it wasn't a token.
They weren't tokenized. It wasn't
and it wasn't.
Oh yeah, we got this person coming in just so we look better to people. It's
exactly. They're not putting like Joe out in like sexy clothing or something like that.
No, no exploitation whatsoever. And she would give it as as hard as anybody. So
I think so too.
I think growing up in those kind of scenes, you've got to really be able to handle yourself.
Absolutely. So Andy goes on and kind of talks about this era too with the demos and John Peel. So I'll let him kind of tell a little bit of this story. He says, well, we sent a copy of the demo to Tommy Vance on a rock show, who replied saying that it wasn't their thing. And at the same time, we sent, Andy says he sent the copy to John Peel. Not Not saying that's 100%, but he says I sent.
Mm-hmm.
A little time later, I got a call from John Walters, who was John Peel's producer, and we were offered a session. It was great for Bolt Thrower, and the day after the show, we were offered a record deal, and the interest in the band was amazing. Hundreds of letters each week. Doing the session was great fun. Our only release with Alan, the original vocalist. Funnily enough, Karl drove us there as he was a good friend at the time. Karl, in turn, did the vocals on 2 other sessions for John Peel. John helped us and other bands immensely. It was a sad day for alternative music when he passed away.
Yeah, that was January 3rd, 88 is when they recorded it, and then the 13th of January is when it first aired on BBC.
Yeah, and I wonder how long, let's see, I've got another, this is about Karl joining from Andy's perspective. He says, Alan just got in touch and said he didn't want to carry on with the band. That was it. So really no drama, it sounds like.
No, I don't. I think it was just he didn't want to put in as much as everybody else did, and it's probably kind of scary going from playing in somebody's garage or whatever to playing for John Peel.
Yeah, and also getting offered a record contract and stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he said Karl was an old friend. He had just driven us to shows in the first Peel session. He just fancied giving it a go, and it worked. And he didn't have a lot of time, and then we had to go in and start recording in battle. So
yeah,
but yeah, so that's kind of where things are at. But yeah, that, like you said, that first BBC session was January of '88, and that's when Vinyl Solution decided to contact the band and offer them a recording contract, which luckily was just a 1-album deal, which is going to prove to be important.
Well, there's something, I've seen this fucking thing so many times that I can quote it almost verbatim. But the Hard and Heavy Grind Crusher special,
sure. Episode 150 of Wrestling,
where they're talking with Andy and with Karl, and they're talking about they recorded the first record at Rich Bitch Studios, and then it burned down like that next week or something.
Yeah, that's right. I think that shows
wasn't
up,
our fault. I think
that shows up Karl somewhere in something. I've got another thing before we go and talk about these 2 songs that we're going to play here in this very short early set, but this is from that Quietus article, and we'll be kind of referring back to that probably in almost every talk set over the course of this 2-part Bolt Thrower series.
It's a really good broad overview of everything.
It's very good, yeah, and it kind of offers that kind of historical context that we like to sort of put into what we're doing, especially about a band like Bolt Thrower that's so important in the metal scene. The author says, whilst it seems odd there's never been an official re-release or exhumation of the band's demo recordings, an early incarnation of Bolt Thrower is captured in top form on this early 88 Peel session, recorded just a few months after Napalm Death had terrorized the BBC recording studios for the first time. Before Karl Willett's guttural roaring voice would come to help define the Bolt Thrower sound, original frontman Alan West brought a far more traditional punk flavor to the band, enunciating stark, throaty vocal patterns that wouldn't have sounded out of place atop bare bones Discharge-style D-beat. As punky as the band's sound is at this point, that uniquely cacophonous, flattening style they'd later grow into is still very evident here. That writhing, grotesque riff that kicks in about halfway through Forgotten Existence is pure death metal, predating the similarly twisted and sinister riffing style Autopsy would popularize on their debut, Severed Survival, by a year. So I thought that's kind of a cool way to sort of introduce these 2 songs that we're going to kind of get into here. Have you really spent much time? This is the first time I ever actually listened to the Concession of Power demo. I had never heard it before.
Oh, it's Concession of Pain.
What'd I say? Oh, Concession of Pain.
Because Concession of Power is on that.
That's what it is. Yeah, sorry.
I noticed that. No, I noticed that in the show notes. It's like, oh shit, I misread that or something?
I think it was like simultaneously that and like I was thinking of like Siege of Power or something like that.
Yeah, all the stuff sounds kind of the same.
Something weird.
But I've only heard it on just on like YouTube and shit.
Okay, got it.
It was never, like they said, it was never released.
Never been released,
which is kind of unfortunate. But they're also very kind of protective about what they put out and put their stamp on too.
Sure.
And all the elements are there. It's really raw.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing with the guitar like tunings, but it's awesome.
Yes.
And it just sounds like more like they can't even contain all the energy that's there.
Well, it kind of sounds, I wrote, it says it has that off the rails chaos of early like Morbid Angel or even like Sarcophago or some of that like Brazilian kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, like for me, the primary influence I hear in early bolt thrower is kind of Haunting the Chapel, Hell-Awaits, kind of Slayer. Like
100% agree. Yeah.
It's just like baked in that weird energy. I don't know. I mean, there's
the
a little
energy,
bit of
the dive bombs, the like flurry of guitars back and forth.
I mean, some like Pleasure to Kill, like Creator there too, which is kind of, in that realm. And then like a little Dark Angel too, that just like faster than fast thrash, kind of stuff that's there.
And they did, a lot of more blast beats than I ever really thought about. I never thought them as like a blast beat band, but Jesus, like in the demos and in battle, there's a lot of blasts in those.
Yeah, because they pretty much kind of leave the blast beats behind by Warmaster, probably.
There's some in Warmaster, but they're not. They're not as.
You'll
like,
hear a lot
chaotic.
after Warmaster. Yeah.
It's just something
that. The Fourth Crusade, you're kind of.
Yeah, they've kind of figured out where they want it. They've slowed down a little bit. Like the Warmaster, they slowed down quite a bit too, but. There's not the where the drums and guitar and vocals are all kind of like barking in unison, like some of the early records where you'd have this little. I remember first getting Realm of Chaos, and I was like, oh cool, every song has like 30 seconds of something kind of neat, and then it just kind of all sounds the same.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they get to like a cool hooky part, and then it all sounds the same again. Yeah, with my ears now, I can like see a lot.
You can pull apart things a little bit better.
There's more subtlety there than what I originally thought.
So we're going to hear the Concession of Power song from the Concession of Pain demo in 1987. And then the aforementioned, the song that Quietus mentioned from Peel Session. And this is cool. This is kind of serendipitous. But for some reason, like I listened to that Peel Session stuff and I was like, the one I really like that sounds good on Peel Sessions is Forgotten Existence, even though it's on in battle or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then that just happens to be the one that Quietus picked out. And I was like, oh, that's cool. That's nice. That doesn't happen often, but it kind of worked out that way. And what's cool about the Forgotten Existence is it's kind of interesting to hear Alan West vocals, for people that haven't really gone back and heard a lot of this stuff. He does some kind of Tom Araya-isms sometimes, in addition to like kind of the punky, hardcore kind of singing stuff.
Yeah, a lot of discharge in there. I hear.
For sure. I love the pounding, repetitious kind of bombast at the beginning, and there's some cool like tremola little mini lead that's really awesome. Before you go, like you said, into that kind of grinding, crusty sort of thrash dive bomb after like about a minute or so. Mm-hmm. Very Darkness Descends, Pleasure to Kill on this one too.
Yeah.
But more extreme and with a little more punk. You don't hear a lot of punk in like Dark Angel. No, so it's like a weird mixture of those kind of elements or whatever. And I mean, there's a quintessential sort of bolt thrower that shows up or like at that 3-minute mark of Forgotten Existence, where it just goes into that kind of steady chug, and that's kind of like okay.
And those harmonics and then the chug, like that's early bolt thrower. That's the harmonic thing doesn't. It kind of peters out after a while. They use it a lot in the first couple of records, and it's kind of something I miss. And I wish they would have had it a little bit more later on. Like how Bride really doubled down on using the pinch harmonic to kind of like accentuate riffs and stuff.
That's been one of the interesting things for me going back to like some of those Memoriam records, and we'll talk more about this obviously in part 2, but they definitely indulge a little in some of the pinch harmonics and some of that.
Oh, absolutely. Scott Fairfax is he's like Matt Harvey as far as being able to almost like digest all the old shit and then regurgitate something out that sounds like it should have come out, back in the 90s.
Sure.
It's kind of uncanny.
Yeah, it is pretty wild. Yeah. I'll save our Memoriam conversational part 2, but there's definitely a lot to say there. So this is going to be a short set. We're going to hear from Andy, a little audio clip from Andy. And then we'll hear the Concession of Power demo from 87. And then we'll hear Forgotten Existence from the BBC Peel Sessions in 1988. And then after you'll hear from Gavin, just a couple little comments about some of the early kind of origins and some early stuff with the band. And then we'll kind of come back and set up their debut in Battle There Is No Law.
I mean, the band started in 86. We were a 4-piece then. It was like me, Alan, the old vocalist, and Baz and Gavin, who played bass then. And, we sort of like did one demo as that lineup, which was the In Battle There Is No Law demo. Then we sort of like decided that we needed a more fuller guitar sound. So Gavin went on to guitar, and we got various bass players who, due to sort of like lack of anything. You know, they were complete losers basically. We ended up getting Joe in the band, so that was about mid '87. Then we did the second demo, which was Concession of Pain, and then after that we got the John Peel session, which sort of like basically broke us across the, you know, the media, and from then it sort of like snowballed. You know, we got the Final Solution deal in '88. Then we left them because, you know, we weren't satisfied with the way they promoted the band. You know, they didn't know how to do it, I don't think. So then the Earache Games Workshop thing came about. That was, what was that, '89? Yeah, and then we did Realm of Chaos. Then 1990 we did Warmaster, which was... Say again?
Somewhere along this.
Yeah. Carl, yeah, Alan left. Alan left after the first Peel session, didn't he? So, and then Carl came in for the first LP.
from my point of view, I don't think we are intricate. I think we're pretty basic. The music's pretty basic, and that's what we've really always looked for. I've always seen all the techno bands that do techno death metal, and they release some good LPs. They come live and they're shit because they can't reproduce it. Whereas we try and keep it as basic as possible always. We don't do anything that we can't reproduce live. I think it's just screwing the kids. Anyone can release good LPs from a studio and be good bands, but then not to give them what you are live is disgusting, really.
That was Forgotten Existence from the BBC Peel sessions, and then from Bolt Thrower's demo, Concession of Pain, we just heard Concession of Power. Plus, we heard a little bit from Gavin there. So, kind of dipping our toes into the early history of Bolt Thrower there a bit. And basically what happens from this standpoint to keep kind of the early story sort of moving is they head over to Loco Studios in Wales to record their debut. And here's what Andy had to say kind of about that. He said, we had a week to record the first album, but it was remixed by Vinyl Solution, which we didn't know about until it was too late. Loco was a good studio, out of the way, so we could just concentrate on the album. I've never been happy with the sound of In Battle. I think the production of the Peel sessions and demos was better. Vinyl Solution used secondhand tapes to record the album, so a lot of the clarity was lost. Then the original mix, which we liked, was scrapped, which we thought was better. Kind of interesting. I didn't know any of that stuff.
I maybe heard it at some point, but I do think that the demos have more personality to them than In Battle.
Yeah. In Battle was one I didn't hear until like years later. I know
it wasn't
you guys
easily available either.
Did you guys have it pretty early on, or did it take you guys a while to track it down?
Well, I got. I think I've still got my original copy here.
Okay.
Let me see what where that was from. But this is just a straight Vinyl Solution version.
Okay.
I know that it was distributed by Cargo back in the day. But I got the first time I ever heard these guys. There's that issue of White Dwarf magazine. A friend of mine, we were big into role playing, and there was an ad in there for Bolt Thrower, and I've actually have a printout of this part. It's just a picture of the band and a bunch of the imagery from Realm. But it's like from the heart of chaos waste comes the ear-splitting sound of Bolt Thrower, a grinding death metal soundtrack to the screams of tortured souls. And when I was like, fucking 13 or whatever,
you're like, that's awesome.
Wow, that is cool. And that's when I went out and got that. And then Realm was the first thing I got. I think I probably got it in 90, maybe a year after it came out, and then went back and got In Battle.
Okay, so you got In Battle after Realm, but like still early on in your Bolt.
Yeah, before Warmaster or anything.
I mean, I don't think I heard In Battle till maybe the late 90s.
I don't think it was easy to find.
Well, and it wasn't something like when we were hanging out where you guys would be like, "Oh, you haven't heard the first Bolt Thrower?" And you guys would put it on. It was like we had moved on from that stuff, so like no one was really talking about it. And then I think they either reissued it or something, and I think you or Chris were like, "Hey, you should get this." I was like, "Oh shit, In Battle? Fuck, I don't think I ever heard it." So yeah. It's quite a shock, when you first hear it, because it's just different, It
almost sounds like it's like the recording's played too slow.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's got a lot of weird quirks to it.
It's definitely got a lot of personality to it. I found an interview with Metal Maniacs with Jeff Wagner doing the interview. It's from January of 99. Meshuggah's on the cover, as is Benediction and Bolt Thrower and Opeth and Anathema. But I reached out to Wagner and asked if he wanted to kind of record something for this, but he's been really, really busy with that new Fates Warning book that just got kind of released. So he's like been mailing copies out and doing a bunch of stuff for that. So
I should be getting mine pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get mine as well. I was actually listening to Fates Warning on the drive home from a wedding last night. So
nice.
Driving through Michigan construction late at night with some progressive metal.
So this was for like talking about the Mercenary record, do you think?
Yeah, they were kind of talking about Mercenary, but there's like other things that kind of they just deviated or whatever. But Gavin kind of said, within Battle, it was mixed without us. We recorded it better than it came out. I think it taught us that you can't have anyone else with their fingers in the pie. And so they kind of learned a valuable lesson there to kind of have more control over their sound and things like that, which I think is smart of them, obviously.
And I think since that point on, they were pretty much, they were the arbiters of it right there. And they're famous in a world of compromise. Some don't, you know, that they lived up to that until their stubborn, you know, demise, really.
Yep, absolutely. And turning back to the Quietist article, it says, although it only hints at the huge rhythmic sound they'd later become known for, Bolt Thrower's debut full length is still an incredibly unique record, fusing the hard, crusty riffing style of bands like Sacrilege with the raw speed and intensity of the emerging grindcore genre. This is easily their most barbaric and abrasive recording. It's almost as if the band hadn't fully settled into their own sound yet, and they're going like the absolute clappers here to make up for it. There's something about the sheer speed of this recording compared with the overtly thrashy riffs and genuinely apocalyptic atmosphere that feels more akin to South America extreme metal acts of the era like Sarcophago than it does their peers in Napalm Death or Doom. However, the title track still manages to incorporate one of those gigantic grooves that would later become their trademark, but there's a bristling, curiously stunted quality to the rhythm here that keeps it sounding more anxious and jittery than their later work. It eventually explodes into one of those classic tremola-picked bolt thrower riffs, but complemented by an absolutely blistering blast beat, giving a genuinely chaotic energy that you won't really find anywhere else in their discography.
Yeah, I feel like Andy was still trying to figure out double bass, and definitely this was not played to a click track, which I think adds to its kind of uniqueness. But I'm going to read a little thing off of the In Battle press sheet that I found a copy of.
Absolutely.
It says, Bolt Thrower have evolved a sound all their own, devoid of subtlety or charm, where noise, power, and speed are everything.
Devoid of subtlety or charm. There's no charm here. Fuck charm.
I think probably because it sounded like a jet engine to these people when they heard it. But, you know.
That's
it's funny. Like what a great like pull quote to have on your press sheet.
Fuck charm. Yeah.
There's nothing subtle about this. It's like a beating you in the head with a hammer.
I actually found an interview. They did an interview around the time of In Battle for Metallion for the Slayer mag, but there wasn't really anything worth pulling out. It was just more kind of, I don't know, absurd conversation that they were kind of having back and forth. But it was cool that they were being highlighted there, you know? What's that?
It'd be nice to at some point be able to use the Metallion, you know, the Slayer diaries.
I know. I always find stuff in forever. There, but it just kind of, I don't want to like knock on Metallion, but I think like at least in the early issues, there's just not a lot of like journalism. It's more fandom, and that's cool. You know,
sure. Yeah, I mean, he's young, and like that's why we don't go back to the early issues of Requiem very often. Too.
Yeah, they're probably just kind of. I mean, I look at my reviews in Eclipse 1 and some of my early interviews. I'm like, ugh, you know, it's rough.
But you know, you're coming from you don't really have a whole lot of knowledge. You don't know why things sound like they are. It's just completely going out of enthusiasm.
Yeah, but I at least did want to acknowledge that, you know, they were getting some coverage over in you know, Sweden and Norway and those kind of areas a little too, which is cool. So
I wonder if I didn't even think to look, but I've got that Tusco V's zine, the compiled version of, I can't fucking think what it's called right now. But they would have like Venom reviews and shit in there too, like Maximum Rock and Roll would do. I should have looked through that too.
Yeah, I wonder
the Touch and Go zine. Yeah.
Oh, Touch and Go. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I wonder if they got coverage there. I guess that my question would be is like, where do you see In Battle belonging? Do you think it's like part of like what Napalm Death and Carcass were doing with Reek and you know, Fear, not Fear, but from Enslavement? Or do you think it's like doing more what like Morbid Angel, you know, Altars is doing? Or like, do they belong anywhere at this point? Or are they kind of just so singular that they're just Bolt Thrower, even on In Battle?
I mean, they feel more death metal than any of those other bands did.
Okay.
To what we kind of think of death metal, you know, early Death and, you know, early Autopsy, like that kind of shit. It seems more like a little bit, doesn't really feel thrash outside of some chugs.
Yeah.
It feels really D-beat to me.
Okay.
Like totally adjacent to that, because Carcass was much more, you know, chaotic. I would say borderline like arty.
Yeah.
And then Napalm was kind of a force of their own, but they were definitely, you know, kind of on the following the wave of, you know, crusty bands and, you know, all the D-beat shit. And and then just, you know, trying to push that forward. That was kind of their launch pad, I think, was all that early punk stuff.
Sure.
And trying to really make a name for themselves. And the whole, that crust term, I don't, like, that's what we called all that shit back in the day. I don't know if anybody really uses that as a term anymore. I got it off the In Crust We Trust comp.
Oh yeah.
That I got, you know, years ago, that has like Concrete Socks and some other shit. But they seemed to, like, both of us seemed like they were just on that, like, heavier side of all those crustier bands like that, like Sacrilege, but like pushing it a little further.
Got it.
And it wasn't political. It was just about the fucking end of the world.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe the differentiation of like why they weren't like in the same kind of grind scene, maybe, is because they were not political, I guess. I mean, they're just talking about death and war and things like that.
It wasn't specific to you know, like, you know, how like on the nose some napalm stuff was.
Sure.
You know, multinational corporations and stuff, like, okay, I know what they're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and speaking of like what they were talking about, you know, in the first song we're going to hear, the title track, you know, it starts with the, you know, classic, in the fight for existence and life, there is no law. And the presence of eternal death, there is no law. And as the struggle for power and domination prevails, in the arising slaughter, it shall be every man for himself. As in battle, there is no law.
See, that type of like really kind of, it just seems so epic, and like it could be used in any capacity almost. Like you could be talking about World War II. You could be talking about role playing games.
It's almost anything. Like Conan the Barbarian poetry or something like that. You know.
Yeah, it's like these
battle
like,
music, you know?
like archetypal big ideas, like mythological ideas. Almost. And I think that's what, as a kid, it was broad enough that I could understand it or get something out of it, but also it was like subtle enough to not really like beat you over the head too much.
Well, I think that's probably why Bolt Thrower has, and this is something we're going to explore, you know, both in part 1 and part 2, but that why their reputation has grown is because their music sort of stands outside of time. It kind of fits with any time in terms of the subject matter. They're not like so topical that they kind of, you know, 20 years later, you're like, you know what? I don't even know what they're talking about. Like, it doesn't really, that stuff doesn't matter anymore. Whereas they're talking about these universal sort of qualities of mankind, or just why we create violence, why we do barbaric things to each other, you know, the nature of man and stuff. And to me, that's always going to ring true across multiple generations and stuff, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. It's in that hard and heavy thing. Like, I think it's probably Karl talking about it, but like, there's always going to be, you know, this is like you're never going to run out of talking about war, because it's always going to be there. It's just going to transmutate into slightly different things.
Yeah.
You know, start out with swords and shields, then it becomes, you know, drones and, you know, taking people out of the equation except those that die.
Which I think is really interesting because, you know, if we're talking kind of thematically with that, I think there's something about the albums that we're covering in part 1 that all fit together in terms of the themes. That, you know, even on the 4th Crusade, they're still talking about not modern war, but they're talking about like ancient war or mythical war or things like that. And for me, when we open up part 2 of Bolt Thrower with For Victory, they become more topical and it becomes more real because they're talking about 20th century conflicts. And to me, like that's interesting. And it's something we'll talk more about, but I think there's something to that adds a more of their music might get less visceral, but in a way their lyrics become more personal and more like identifiable. And that makes those records that maybe not as musically extreme, to me, they're more lyrically extreme because they're hitting on stuff that like really is close to home. Yeah. Whereas like you can listen to like Realm of Chaos and kind of just it's fantasy kind of battles and stuff. And you don't really have to like look it in the face and really think about the nature of war. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And
they're abstract concepts and basically, they kind of for Victory, everything kind of comes up to modern day.
Exactly.
It's like In Battle and Realm are almost like pre-human history war.
And then Warmaster's like ancient times and 4th Crusade.
Like Sumerian or something.
Roman times and, you know, Byzantine times and stuff like that. So, yeah. And then, like you said, for Victory, like they kind of like drive into the 20th century, and then you're like, ooh, this is like these are like our relatives. This is like grandpas and, you know, uncles and great grandpas. And all of a sudden you're like, I can't just dismiss this as fantasy anymore, because now there's something realistic to it, you know? So.
Yeah. And it makes sense. It parallels their age too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, at a certain point, well, not everybody, but, you know, a lot of people tend to get a little bit more grown up, but, you know, some bands keep the same subject matter, but to have such a kind of, because usually in the whole like war metal subgenre, which I don't even think it's really a subgenre, because it goes is everything from like fucking bestial warlust to Marduk. Like it's like a lyrical theme, like an overarching concept. But a lot of that shit kind of comes across as being a little like I don't know, like real like extreme right leaning nationalistic kind of crap.
Sure. Yeah.
Both of them never had that type of vibe. It was just like, here's the facts as we see them.
This is the brutality of war for what it is, you know. And so like, you know, you get this sort of noisy intro in battle, and then those words I just sort of, you know, read to you, and then the chaos battle music sort of begins. You get these godly harmonics that are really fucking cool in there. And there's a part near the end of In Battle where I think it's from like the 350 to the 410 mark. It's about a 20-second little part where there's like the blast beats and the solo are kind of going against each other, and it sounds like you're in the middle of a fucking firefight. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's a good way to bring it. It's almost like the first battle I remember seeing on a movie that felt visceral like that was Excalibur.
Oh yeah,
like, oh my god, it's just complete chaos, and you're lucky if you come out of there, you know, unscathed. But yeah, that's totally that. Like the guitar,
unsanitized.
the like the dive bombs and stuff sound like, you know, missiles or, you know, bombs being shot down, and it's just it's all fucking complete chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the next tune we're gonna hear trio tunes from In Battle here is Denial of Destiny, and this is where another influence I kind of start to hear in these guys is like kind of real early, like Morbid Visions, kind of Sepultura too, a little, and I kind of hear it in this song. And, you know, I guess, how is this different? You know, you already mentioned Napalm, but I guess another band of this era would be like Repulsion, you know. How is this different than what those bands were doing in like 87, 88 in your estimation from a like musical standpoint?
Well, I think Repulsion was definitely more, it was punk leaning speed with metal riffs.
Okay.
And I think that both they're almost, I think they're kind of similar in that way, where they were pulling a lot from punk. But to think like Repulsion was a band who was, you know, kids that were playing new album covers.
Yeah.
And then they start trying to push themselves to go faster and faster and faster, and wrote like Slayer riffs, but then had to end up playing them twice as fast. So you get that frenetic weirdness. And I think both they were coming out of that crusty side, and a little bit more of the metal was seeping. It's almost like an opposite.
Yeah.
You know, kind of approach.
Like
Yeah.
It's crazy on Denial of Destiny. Like that whole song is, I wrote as a chaos bomb. I said, it's the middle child, and see if you agree with this, between Morbid Angel, Angel of Disease, and Morbid Angel, Immortal Rights. Like, it's like
that total fucking shred fest that's happening there.
It's like the evolutionary. It's like, you know, Angel of Disease was 86. That was like, you know, Abominations era. And then Immortal Rights is 89. I feel like this is like the song that like links those two, you know, in a weird way.
Yeah. No, we get back to that mid-paced chug thing again too. That's just like becomes kind of one of their signatures.
Yep. And then probably my favorite song off In Battle, I mean, if I had to pick one, is Psychological Warfare. It's got that punkish kind of Napalm, like Nazi punk, fuck off, Death Crush riff that kind of lures you in, almost like World Downfall Terrorizer too. That's kind of another band that I could kind of connect that to. But the leads are kind of fucking flying at you like shrapnel. It's like Nocturnus or like Morbid Angel, like early Morbid Angel stuff, you know?
It's crazy. It's the chug and then that hook and then go back to the blast again. Like I think they've got all these different ingredients that they're trying to mess with, and they're just, you know, measuring the proportions to see what works best.
Yeah. And a great, like, cool backwards guitar outro to that song. Really fucking trippy.
It just, I mean, when you tear it all down, it has such classic elements of what would go, you know, later be signatures for Bolt Thrower. Just
sure, yeah, they're kind of in the DNA baked in, but it's like in the midst of all this chaos. You got to kind of find it.
That's what they kind of, as they went on, especially with like the guitar chaos and the drums, and like the vocals are kind of almost like the anchor point in a lot of these songs, because the drums are a little off, or they speed up and they're all over the place, and the guitars are just like, it's just like a salvo of missiles going off or something. It's nuts.
Firefight, exactly.
Yeah.
So we're going to hear this trio of tunes from In Battle from 88, the title track, Denial of Destiny, Psychological Warfare. Then we're going to hear a pair of tunes from Realm of Chaos, and we'll talk more about Realm. That's going to be a big conversation for the next talk set. But we're going to hear Through the Eyes of Terror and Drown in Torment. You're also going to hear going into this set, I reached out to Ian Glasper because I thought maybe he had some associations, being that he's British and being that he kind of toes the line between extreme metal and the kind of punk scene. And he goes, for some reason, like Bolt Thrower never grabbed him the way, like, say, Napalm and some of those other bands did. He said, but he recommended his friend who has been on one Requiem episode, actually the Dax Riggs episode, that's Kate Gillham. And she wrote for Iron Fist magazine, which is kind of like the spiritual sequel to Terrorizer, kind of that British magazine.
Yeah, definitely. They're doing more of like historical takes on a lot of things.
Yeah,
too.
Yeah, and she's been in several bands: Blessed Realm, Lucifer's Chalice, Thronehammer, Uncoffined, and Winds of Genocide. And she's cool. I talk with her quite often on social media and stuff.
Was she funny. On our winter episode too?
I don't know if she was on that one. It was definitely the Dax Riggs one. That's the one I remember, because she talked about the vocals and how much she really dug what he did and the soulfulness. It might have been on the Acid Bath, maybe not the Dax Riggs one. Okay. But she posted, it was really funny. Like I reached out, was kind of talking to her, and she sent a couple audio clips that we'll hear throughout the episode. And then I saw her post on Facebook. She's like, I'm down a deep Bolt Thrower, like right now, like basically like she just was like listening to nothing but Bolt Thrower, and I just kind of wrote like, you're welcome. She just kind of said thanks, appreciate it. So pretty funny. But so you'll hear from here going into this next set of music, and then you'll hear Gavin on the way out. So In Battle There Is No Law, Denial of Destiny, Psychological Warfare, and then a pair of tunes from Realm of Chaos, Through the Eye of Terror, and Drown in Torment.
There is definitely no denying the huge punk influence on Bolt Thrower in the early days. Those guys came from the UK anarcho crust punk scene that was happening in the 80s, and which involved bands such as Axe Grinder, Amoebics, Antisect, Hellbastard, Deviated Instinct, Icons of Filth, Discharge, Crass, and so on. And you can really hear that, that anarcho crust punk vibe on the early Bolt Thrower material, on the Concession of Pain demo, and also on the debut album, In Battle There Is No Law. That album, it's like it's like a mix of the anarcho crust punk sound meets the raw death metal grindcore style that was coming onto the scene at that time in the mid late 80s. And so the early recordings of Bolt Thrower are definitely a mix of UK anarcho crust punk and raw simplistic grinding death metal, and obviously a lot of people, when they think of Bolt Thrower, think of their more later material and the later albums with their signature, more refined, crushing, crunching death metal sound with more melody and stuff. But throughout the years, Bolt Thrower they might have evolved their sound and refined it and honed it, But they never lost their anarcho crust punk roots, you know, and that's evident in their ethics and attitude and mentality, you know, from self-management to taking care of their own merchandise and taking care of their own tour booking and tour management, and, you know, and they were doing that all the way till the end of the band, you know, and you know, they still had that old crust punk attitude of taking care of business yourself and not just relying on record labels to do everything for you. And I've got a lot of respect for Bolt Thrower for, you know, for sticking true to their roots. I mean, you know, a lot of people when they get older kind of move quite a long way from their roots, and some completely forget their roots altogether. But the guys and girl in Bolt Thrower, they, you know, they still had that old anarcho crust punk attitude running through their veins, and that's evident in what Karl does these days in Memoriam. You know, like Memoriam covered an old Sacrilege song when they first started, which again goes back to the mid-late 80s UK anarcho crust punk scene, and also there's, you know, some of the lyrics of Memoriam are very, you know, socio-political, and, you know, very much taking an anti-racist, anti-fascist stance. So, you know, I've got a lot of respect for Karl Willits and the members of Bolt Thrower, for, you know, for staying close and staying true to their roots. And like I said, even though Bolt Thrower came a long way from the early sound, you know, especially the Concession of Pain demo, but also the debut album was still, you know, it wasn't full-on death metal. It definitely had a lot of that UK punk vibe going on, that crusty punk vibe. But so even though their sound evolved a long way from that, personally, they still kept those punk rock ethics and values and attitude. So yeah, I've got a lot of respect for Bolt Thrower, and every band has to start somewhere, and Bolt Thrower started in the UK anarcho crust punk scene.
I'm just Say Yeah, I suppose it would, really. I mean, there's no other bands that I can think of that have a female bassist in, you know, apart from the old hardcore bands, which is basically where we all stemmed from anyway. We all used to be punks, hardcore. So I think that's what a lot of our ideals come from as well, definitely from the hardcore scene. When people, you know, used to say we're hardcore when we started off, then we turned into grindcore, and then it was death metal. They can't put a label on us, but I think basically inside we're all hardcore, basically.
But it wasn't really a perspective. It was bringing a girl bass player in to add a new angle. It was, the way it worked was we needed a bass player at that time. She was into the band. She could already play some of the material. She learnt the set in 7 days, ready to gig. Yeah, and that's what it was really about. It wasn't really girl, boy, or anything like that. She could do the job that we needed, and that's what it was all about. So she gets treated the same as any other member. In theory, she's a man when she's with us, although she isn't, if you get what I mean.
That was Drown in Torment and Through the Eye of Terror from Realm of Chaos, 1989. And then we started that set off with In Battle There Is No Law, Denial of Destiny, and Psychological Warfare. And we just heard from Gavin there. But those last two tunes from Realm, you know, Through the Eyes of Terror, you can immediately hear an evolution in the sound from the In Battle There Is No Law stuff.
100%, immediately.
You know, from the tuning to the production, I mean, you can really feel the presence of Colin Richardson right away, you know.
Well, apparently he just mixed this like Digby is supposedly the producer, and I'm doing air quotes right there. So I don't know how much he had involved, or maybe he was, classic Digby being cheap and didn't want to pay him for full producer, but he threw this thing at him like, hey, make this make sense.
And they've reined in some of the chaos, as you can kind of hear through the Eyes of Terror. And they've made it more kind of bludgeoning and heavy in terms of what they're sort of doing. There's more of a focus, I think, to their approach that you hear with Realm.
I think they might drop C or something. It's like ridiculously. I remember, I don't know if it's an interview with them or somebody else talking about them, but
I've got
it's tuned down so low that they can barely ever stay in tune.
I think Wagner's going to talk about it in something I'm going to read from. One of the things I'm going to read from talks about the exact tuning. Maybe Gavin kind of comes in and stuff, but yeah, it's definitely. I remember talking to when I first met Chris. I think before I had met you, one of the things that Chris would always say to me is we would have conversations about like the heaviest stuff that was out there, and he would swear up and down that Realm of Chaos or Grave into the Grave were the heaviest recorded guitars like ever. And I was like, oh shit. I just I took it at like, took it at, his opinion meant a lot to me. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying it isn't, but like, I think what he meant is like in terms of the tuning and stuff like that. Like no one had really tuned like that before. But it's fucking heavy for sure. In that song Through the Eyes of Terror, when Andy's blast beats come in around that 2-minute mark, it's fucking like then the sweeping kind of mood and the tempo changes in the song that really are going to be the characteristics of Realm, right? Like you kind of said, it goes from like really like plodding and bludgeoning to like super like fast grind parts almost, and then into like a death metal sort of part.
I think every song's got a blast section.
Yeah. There's a cool part in it too, where like one guitar's doing like this mid-pace groove riff, while the other guitar, probably Barry, is doing like these frantic like high notes and it sounds like you're getting like hit from like air raid bombings and stuff like that. It's super wild.
I think he's the harmonics cool. He's doing, and with Andy's drums too. It's like it's almost like this tank tread, undulation pushing everything forward. Much more of like a. Like not quite the obituary bounce. It's got a little bit of that, but it's more like this, like a tank slowly, proceeding up and, firing shit off. It's very like I never really put two and two together about that shit back in the day, but now it's like, wow, this sounds like fucking war.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It does. It has the sound of war 100%. So, and speaking of that obituary bounce, Drown in Torment. It's got a little of that nice, I said, Celtic Frost, Hellhammer obituary bounce at the beginning.
It's almost like a weird Immortal riff.
Yeah.
That's I think that's really uncharacteristic of like that riff on the entire album stands out as the weird, like the most non-bolt thrower riff.
It's also like one of their most like grindcore type tunes. It almost has like a symphonies kind of moments and even some Terrorizer kind of like moments through it and stuff. So
yeah.
Pretty wild.
Then the dive bombs go crazy again, and get some more groove hooks.
So the official title is Realm of Chaos: Slaves to Darkness, and it comes out in 1989. And I've got something that's really cool. It's from it's one of those I bought like used when we were doing a bunch of research for stuff, and it's a Terrorizer Secret History of Earache special issue that they did celebrating 25 years of Extremity. And it's something I'll use throughout this episode and even into next episode because Kim Kelly did like a write-up on each of their Earache releases and kind of little blurbs on each of the records. And here's what she had to say about Realm of Chaos, Slaves to Darkness. By their second album, Bolt Thrower had already established themselves as a punishing force within the nascent death metal scene. In the year between the release of their first LP, In Battle There Is No Law, and the unholy birth of Realm of Chaos, Coventry's finest discovered the art of downtuning and the rites of doom, resulting in a far heavier creation than the grinding death metal and hardcore punk showcased on their debut. Carl Willett's bottomless roar, Joe Bench's churning bass lines, and Andy Whale's frantic caveman drumming were a perfect foil for the screaming leads and crawling, crushing riffs employed by Baz Thompson and Gavin Ward. And the whole shebang proved to be the first glimpse of the immortal and instantly recognizable Bolt Thrower sound we've come to love. The first album to feature the band's now classic logo and Warhammer obsession, Realm of Chaos, Slaves to Darkness, took its title from a 1988 entry in Game Workshop's Realm of Chaos 2-volume book series, and was graced with John Sibbick's cover artwork from Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. To complete the geekery, the record featured several songs that explicitly addressed their favorite tabletop strategy game, including Plague Bearer and World Eater, proving once and for all that D&D is for suckers and only chaos gods are real. The album was recorded at Loco Studios in Wales in April '89, engineered, and in the band's words, badly mixed by Tim Lewis and remixed by Colin Richardson that July.
Okay.
So there we go. I don't know if that's canon or not, but that's what their claim is here. Earache released this gloriously underproduced gem in October 28, 1989, and raised the bar sky high for the shape of death metal to come. Welcome, incursions of chaos. You know you cannot resist. To serve, worship, obey them is the only way to exist. So,
yeah, the little bit of trivia here is that Games Workshop originally offered to put this record out.
No shit.
Under their own thing, but they went with Earache because Earache had better distribution.
Wow.
But I've got the one sheet of Realm right here too, and it says that the album was, let's see, where is exclusive will be, the Bolt Thrower's album Realm of Chaos will be available exclusively at Games Workshop stores, the retail stores that they had in the UK. So that was, I think, I don't know, maybe that was for a limited period of time. I think that was during the Grind Crusher tour.
Okay.
When it was available that way. But I've got an original Earache copy of that. This still has, the hype sticker of maximum, volume and all that shit. And I know I didn't get it from a Games Workshop store, but maybe that was just in the UK for distribution. But they had a pretty strong relationship with Games Workshop. That was the only other thing I can think of as a parallel is when, and it was much less successful, is when the whole Entombed Marvel Comics kind of thing, which, it basically took a kind of a much more deep idea and dumbed it down with word association.
Yeah, because it was James Ellroy. Based on James Ellroy now.
Yeah, and not into a fucking a guy with knives for hands kind of thing.
Yeah,
this is how I got into death metal.
Okay,
is Games Workshop is one of the bigger, because I was listening to, like, me and Chris and a couple other people would have about 4 or 5 of us. We had an English class, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That we kept bringing stuff in, like, oh, check this out. And, like, Chris brought in, like, Sepultura, and I was like, holy shit. And I brought in Bolt Thrower. And everybody's like, oh my God. Like, the vocals were so over the top. Everything was over the top. Like, we couldn't even believe how extreme this record was. And so, like, the D&D avenue really, like, otherwise I would have never listened to that thing.
Yeah, no.
So, like, that's one, like, cross promotion that actually worked really well for me. And I stopped, like, I got into metal so much that I never went back to tabletop gaming.
Was it the Hobby Shop? Was that the place that had a bunch of role-playing stuff in Mount Pleasant when we grew up?
Downtown Mount Pleasant. I still have up on my bookcase, I've got the original Volume 1 of Realm of Chaos that actually is the cover of the album.
Okay. That's where I buy, like, all the Palladian stuff, because that's the role-playing.
The superhero stuff.
Yeah,
that was a great game.
Stuff. Yep. And TMNT, I think there was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles version of it too. So
yep, and like GURPS and all the other weird shit from the time.
Yeah. Did they? So they had I remember the little action figures, but I never really knew kind of how that game was played. I didn't know if it was a board game or what, because I would, like, look at the action figures when I would go in there, but I didn't have any context. So
yeah, they were little. They're about an inch and a half tall pewter. It was like an old style, like a Napoleonic tabletop gaming thing where you'd paint up all of your battalion, that you'd kind of make your own color schemes, and you'd get tanks and you'd get all this other shit, and you'd build terrain, and then you'd roll to do specific things, like, hey, I want to fire a missile. Like, okay, you got this. And then they had these big clear templates that you'd put down to show, like, blast radius. It was really like it was a military strategy game, really.
Okay.
But it was just, like, completely over the top.
And how
like Dune-ish kind of with how, like, dire the future was.
Is that what okay. I was curious like what the story was with all of it, because I never really investigated that element to
yeah, there's like this emperor and the different factions of like the Space Marines fighting the like Nurgle and the different chaos, legions, basically almost like kind of Lovecraftian interdimensional kind of horror shit fighting with military, like the Imperial Marines, Space Marines. Sweet. It was a cool story, and especially for like a teenage kid, it was like dark and disturbing and just disgusting.
Okay, got it.
So it was real kind. It was
very appealing to.
Yeah, it was, everything about it was appealing as a kid.
Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, no, I wondered if this was. I think I remember you telling me that this was your kind of gateway drug to death metal, and I know that I've lent this out to a lot of people before, and this is very much kind of a gateway drug to them, because there's something like not as threatening about Bolt Thrower, because they're not talking about killing or Satan or I mean they're talking about killing or anything, but like it's not autopsy lyrics or something like that. So so it's kind of a safe like kind of gateway drug almost, to test people out,
Totally. I think, you can you understand the basic concepts of, war, but it's just put on this like ridiculous scale. Yeah. Along with the ridiculous sound of everything too.
For sure. Yeah. So I've got several things to read, but the first thing I want to share is Jeff Wagner's intro that he wrote to the Bolt Thrower interview from 1999 when he was the editor and writer for Metal Maniacs. And it's his kind of personal narrative, I guess, of his experience with Bolt Thrower. He says, the first listen to Realm of Chaos in 1989 was a revelation, an impossibly devastating new sound, a darker, more brutal, low-end musical experience than any before it. Ear canals trembling, the second listen was just as horrifying, marking the beginning of a long journey that offered nothing less than the finest in detuned metallic battery. The band name itself carried devastatingly dense weight, Bolt Thrower. I tried to describe the sound to those outside the Promethean underworld of the late 80s extreme metal. The only appropriate description came as, quote, it sounds like a huge rolling tank, which you and I just talked about. And I think I mention it in several of the song reviews that we'll be doing throughout these two parts. But yeah, it's that rolling tank kind of sound. Like a big behemoth tank barreling straight for you, while you be trapped into a corner, severely bloodied by the wall of sound and fury being hurled forth. Ironic then that when I first read my first Bolt Thrower interview and loath to call their music death metal, guitarist Barry Thompson uttered the term war metal. Realm of Chaos nearly a decade later remains one of the finest examples of how beautiful ugly music can be.
That's great.
I thought that was pretty awesome. And
Wagner's got a way to really sum up things succinctly, but also
he does
flower like good, like beautiful language too.
Which is why Radical Research episodes are way shorter than Requiem episodes.
Yeah.
So, but
they got other stuff to do.
Exactly, they got big, other hobbies going on. Shit. So I want to read the first column of the interview because this is where they talk about the tuning of Realm of Chaos. And so Jeff says, there's no way to begin this interview other than thank you from Realm of Chaos. Along with Carcass Symphonies of Sickness, it showed just how far into the extreme metal, metal could go. It remains one of the heaviest albums ever recorded, and it took down tuning to a whole new level. And Gavin says, yeah, it was well tuned down. The regular concert pitch is in E, and Realm of Chaos was in A.
Okay.
And Wagner goes, did you tune down from the first album? And he goes, oh, yeah, plenty. And you've gone back up since, right? And he says, yeah, not to where In Battle was, but we went up to C sharp, which we're really happy with. With Realm of Chaos, we tuned it down so far that it was getting to be sort of a piss take where unless you got tremolas on the guitar, there was no sound. Baz had a tremola on his guitar because he played the solos and he could reset the string tension to pull them tight. But for the bass, there was no note. There was just this, and it says, makes a low atonal farting noise. So, and then I thought this was pretty funny. Wagner goes, have you ever heard Mortician? He could be playing on the 24th fret on the highest string, and it would still sound like the farting sound. And Kevin goes, exactly. For us, it was a nightmare trying to play gigs because there was no onstage sound. You'd obviously get snare and vocals, but there was no real definition of the instruments. After we recorded Realm of Chaos, we actually tuned up higher to play it, so it wasn't identical to what was on the album. We tried it live, playing an A, but it was a nightmare. And as soon as we went up to C sharp, we actually got a stage sound. So I thought that was...
That's probably where I originally read that then.
Yeah, it might be, yeah. And then he goes on, he says, when Bolt Thrower started, you had a vibe along the lines of fellow UK bands like Extreme Noise Terror, Axe Grinder, Prophecy of Doom, that kind of stuff. But everyone else put you in the death metal category, which just didn't seem to fit your music. And Gavin says, that's life. Someone's always going to put it in a category. The record company will put it in some sort of category and try and sell it. If some scene's bigger, like death metal, they'll put it in that category. If hardcore suddenly surges, it goes back into that one. So, yeah. So I thought that was, I knew I'd read it somewhere. I just couldn't remember where that spot was, where they talked about the tuning.
But I think Entombed was in C. I think Slayer was in C too. I don't know if Sharp or something else. I remember that was when I first got my my HM2 pedal. I was doing some research online to figure out like what the, because I wanted to try to get the classic buzzsaw Entombed sound.
Sure.
And it's like, okay, put it into C. And then I had a tuner and I could not, it was just driving me nuts trying to get anything to stay in tune. But it's also cheap guitar, and the pedal's not the greatest, but just trying to like, the easiest thing to do is drop D, where you're just taking the D string and, dropping it down where you can bar off anything and, kind of play. I think that's what all the Point Blank shit, Nail Bomb.
The Nail Bomb stuff.
I think was all drop D.
Was all drop, yeah.
And I think Fudge Tunnel was as well.
Yeah, because it's definitely a thick, heavy kind of sound to it.
And like Melvin's Houdini is all drop D.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's fucking devastatingly heavy. Yeah. So other things about Realm. It came in at number 12 on Decibel's top 100 death metal records of all time, of which the esteemed Mark Rudolph drew the cover.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You got the Warmaster guy on there. Okay.
He's kind of front and center.
Yep, he's right.
That was one. They just gave me a list of everything, and they didn't tell me anything that had to be on there. That I went by how interesting the imagery was, and honestly my personal connection to albums.
Okay,
to where I put stuff.
Yeah, no, this is very cool. The cover is, and Greg Moffat did the write up for it, and he said, like Carcass, England's Bolt Thrower emerged from their country's grindcore scene, but went on to make a vital contribution to the development of death metal and became one of the few UK DM outfits to achieve international success. Where the band's Rough and Ready 1988 debut, In Battle There Is No Law, sounds like the world's largest cement mixer. The 1989 follow-up hits home like a laser-guided missile. Songwriting, performance, production, and artwork all take a quantum leap forward to make Realm of Chaos a true death metal classic. Although small by US or Scandinavian standards, particularly given the country's size, the UK death metal scene distinguished itself by producing distinctive bands, and Bolt Thrower's sound is unique. Bruising and bottom-heavy, it emphasizes pummeling, mid-pace riffage over out-and-out speed. It's a blitzkrieg of bowel-loosening, bone-shaking battle anthems. Dirty, destructive, and down-tuned to the depths of hell. It's death metal like people just might actually die. Yeah, that's pretty cool. The stench of patchouli oil gave way to the whiff of cordite, and Bolt Thrower's transformation was complete. They still played shows for punks and crusties, but Realm of Chaos rams right to death metal's core like an armored bulldozer.
I think that is kind of the dividing line between where that whole kind of like crusty, ENT vibe isn't really there at all anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of,
they become their completely own thing.
Yep, they're definitely solidified.
And something we haven't really mentioned yet is I think that that Karl might be the easiest to understand death metal vocalist to ever exist. He enunciated in a way that when I was going along with the lyrics, I didn't need the lyric sheet because I could understand what the fuck he was saying.
You could hear what he was saying. Yeah. No, I think he's very palatable. And again, this gets back to why are they such a great early death metal band to give to people? Because again, it's not like so like barking or like utterly guttural that you're like, I can't, there's some people that really get bothered by the fact that they can't hear the words in death metal. I don't care. I know you don't really care.
I don't care either. Yeah.
But there's some people, especially when you first expose them to them, like, it's just nonsense, So we'll give them Bolt Thrower because then you can actually hear it, and you can actually, like you said, hear the enunciation. No, I think you're spot on with that. This is my first Bolt Thrower too. Even though I didn't get into death metal until like the mid 90s, this was the first one that I can't remember if Chris told me to check out Bolt Thrower, but I do remember that we picked up the cassette used from New Moon. And so I don't know if it was one of your guys' cassettes when you guys were released to CD.
Yeah, it totally would have been one of ours because I don't think we started getting tapes until Jesus.
Or CDs?
CDs until the first CD I ever picked up was Spiritual Healing.
Okay, that was 90.
So I think 90 is probably when I was back and forth. I don't think I got that when I had that on tape first too.
Okay.
So, but that was because it was a difference between like what $11 and $18 to $20 for an import CD. I'm sure those were probably.
So I probably had your tape for A Realm of Chaos, which is and then I remember lending it to Drew Dealman, and Drew Dealman was a mutual friend of Mark and I's, and he was a punk kid, skateboarder, all that kind of stuff. And he was obsessed with Bolt Thrower. That was the only thing he wanted to listen to. And it was the only death metal he liked was just Bolt Thrower. That was it. And at first I thought, like, is he just being kind of a dick? Like, because was he just like trolling us,
Contrarian or something? Yeah.
Yeah. But like, I truly believe he like literally loved Bolt Thrower, and it was just like a unique relationship that he kind of had with them.
I think they're such a unique or kind of a singular band. Nobody sounds like them. People have tried, but they nobody's really like cracked that code enough to make it, to really be there. And I think there's you looking back at a lot of the early death metal bands, there are so many of those like singular band. Think of Autopsy, Death, Napalm Death, Carcass, Morbid Angel, Bolt Thrower. Like each one none of them, like Terrorizer, none of those bands sound. They have common traits, but they all have their own sound. And I think the further we get into it, it becomes so, I don't know, everything kind of has like, here's the boxes you have to tick to sound like this type of certain death metal band or not. But man, those early ones, like there was no rules. There was no subgenres yet.
I think that's actually what makes probably that first like era of earache, like almost unbeatable because there was so much variety.
It's like the Blue Note of,
yeah,
it was just incredible the shit that came out of that.
I mean, early Peaceful stuff was great too. But there's something like that early run of Earache is just untouchable in terms of like what it did to lay out multiple countries and multiple scenes, and that's what's so unique is the international quality of Earache and the variety of sounds that you were kind of getting off of all that,
and the whole distribution network that Earache had stateside as well for imports, which they had that distro before Century Media, before Nuclear Blast, like so we got a little bit of taste, and then you saw like okay, once you kind of knew what some of this was, then we're like Peaceville, they have their own thing going on, and then Nuclear Blast and Century Media has this much more artistic representation that we hadn't really seen at that point.
Yeah, and
coming from the same countries, but wow, all the stuff sounds so different.
Yep. I got some interviews with, I have one to read from Andy, and this is the first time I think we've heard from Joe in this episode, and they asked her about Realm of Chaos a little bit and kind of how the cooperation with Games Workshop kind of began. And Joe said, Games Workshop approached us after the boss had heard one of our Peel sessions. They originally wanted to release Realm on their own label, just like you said.
Yeah, there we go.
But we felt the distribution would be a lot better through Earache, so we ended up just using their artwork. We had to pay a lot of money to use their artwork. Oops, sorry, flipping pages here. And there were a lot of rules over copyright and territories where it was used, but we ended up with a killer logo and a great cover, so we don't regret it at all. I'm not sure what they thought they'd get out of it. I think Realm was the least commercial of our albums, so if they thought we were going to be selling millions, they were very wrong. So kind of funny. And then Andy kind of talking about that. Let me find he's talking about the same kind of thing. He says, Games Workshop got in touch with an idea just before Earache did, so we thought, why not get both companies involved? And it worked out quite well. We went up to the old Games Workshop offices. They had some other great artists working for them. Karl was into the Games Workshop stuff, but the main thing for Bolt Thrower was the artwork, which suited our music really well. They also designed the logo, which is now an iconic symbol for the band.
Yeah,
I think that's
the stained glass, and
I mean, that logo is like fucking awesome, you know, is what it is. But it's
because it started out before, like they had the second incarnation of it had like the more on Roma Chaos, it's just kind of like a flat color, like a kind of color gradient, and then like the actual letters became almost like they look like they're forged out of steel, like almost like sword blades or something, as they went on later on. Sure, yeah. No, I agree. And I think it's so identifiable, and it gives it a unique flavor that's different than just kind of your typical kind of death metal, black metal logo that's kind of unreadable or very, to me, this is just, it's classy too, in a way it's just kind of different than stuff that was kind of coming out around that time. Yeah. It's, and thinking about like the name itself is absurd. Yeah, it's like some orc weapon or something. Yeah, it's a dwarvian artillery unit. Yeah, which is basically like a huge crossbow. Okay, got it. Because we had them in the game, and I was like, man, why would they choose that as a fucking name for the band? But now it's just like it's such a weird statement. You know, if you said it to like, you know, your mom or dad, they'd be like, do you throw like, you know, bolts from the garage around? Like, what? This makes no sense. But in the context of like this game and crust punk and D-beat, like it just seems like some weird, almost like a weird slogan or something. Don't you think that because it is so unanchored in anything, that it also allows for Bolt Thrower to be more easily palatable to people? Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, compared to Dismember. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or things like that, or like bands that you're just like, okay. A hard mountain to climb for some people, you know? Yeah, yeah. Autopsy compared to Bolt Thrower, you know, it's definitely easier. It doesn't immediately tell you what it is. There's a little bit of intrigue, I think, on what the fuck it even means. Well, I think that was like for us, like why it was easier to get like maybe girls into Catatonia or Anathema or Paradise Lost, because it wasn't Cannibal Corpse, you know, like blatant. It didn't it just chase them away immediately just from the outset, you know. Mm-hmm. This is from the Quietus article again. It says, instead of the typically gory or satanic themes of early death metal or the overt social commentary of grindcore, Bolt Thrower's lyrical subject matter focused entirely on warfare, and more specifically, Games Workshop's Warhammer series. Even the band name itself is taken from a dwarven artillery unit from the tabletop game. Whilst this gave the band a robust aesthetic that looked cool in a t-shirt, it also allowed them, as the best fantasy and sci-fi often does, to tackle deeper, more existential topics. For all the heroic imagery of space marines occupying bullet-strewn panoramas in fantastical, cosmos-faring journeys, the Bolt Thrower name conjures there's an unflinching, gritty realism that is part and parcel of their vision. So I think that's kind of a key thing too, is that it gives you a sense of what you think about, but it also is like still sort of open to interpretation, so you can kind of put your own spin on what you want to get out of the band. You know, for sure. It's like you said, like you could, if you want to, you could get glorification of war. You could also get the horrors of war and a cautionary tale about war. Like, you know, Bolt Thrower, I don't want to say they're not preachy, because, and they're not really, but they do have politics for sure. And, but it's just different. It's a little bit more in the eye of the beholder, especially on like a lot of the early releases. They maybe get a little bit more overt in some of their later releases, but even then it's not like finger pointing stuff. It's just presents material. It's almost like documentaries, like take from this what you want, but this is the truth. So totally move on. Existence, when the start of time, I survive.
Is overcoming, but I did, you ain't
lyrics on the new LP, the Fourth Crusade, they're written on a more kind of personal level as well. They kind of relate to a more wider kind of variety of issues and topics, really.
Which obviously gave you more scope as a songwriter to cover more topics.
That's it. The music's progressing. We're kind of moving out and changing the boundaries and trying new things. So again with the lyrics, I put a bit more personal feelings and thoughts into there, which is something I probably wouldn't have done a few years back. Which is something as you grow with confidence, you kind of get the strength to do that.
That was Warmaster from Warmaster, Cenotaph from the Cenotaph EP, then World Eater, Plague Bearer, and we kick things off with the intro and Eternal War from Realm of Chaos there. I wanted to share with the kind listeners of Requiem the lyrics to the song that you just heard, because I think that this kind of sets up the mood for where Bolt Thrower was starting to move into. So for Warmaster, it says, throughout all time, within the past, present, and future, man has sought to destroy all that stood in our way. As man fights man in the epic struggle for survival, the Warmaster shall reign, with oppression fed by a burning hate. Hatred of mankind twisted within their mind, within your mind, corrupted by powers unknown, the downfall of this world, the end of your life, beginning of human strife, destruction of this crippled planet, Warmaster, an inhumane prophet. You shall obey all that he commands, hatred of mankind within your mind, corrupted by powers unknown, the downfall of this world. Now once more we rise to fall, man's destruction in the final war. Nothing's left of the human race, the planet's end, our destiny, oblivion.
That pretty much sums up their entire edict, really.
That's it. That's it. That's a future statement right there.
I think this album kind of like brings them to that kind of like awakening maturity or whatever, wherever they're at right now. But yeah, like going back and revisiting a lot of these lyrics, they're great. Mm-hmm. They're really good and concise and like.
Karl's underrated as a lyricist. And,
yeah, just like the ideas Gavin, that are thrown out too. Yeah, are just kind of like, man, these are all like spot on. You can't really argue with any of this shit.
Yeah, it's short and succinct, but poetic at the same time. Mm-hmm. It's got some personality to it from that standpoint.
And the Warmaster used to be like, somebody who under the king that would, basically handle everything.
Yeah.
Then it became like the Nicolas Cage movie, like where it became like big business.
Yeah, like, military industrial complex.
Yeah, it's totally kind of like permutated over the years. So
yeah, that's interesting. I just said the song and its moods and structures to me really sets up Bolt Thrower Phase 2. This is kind of like, Realm of Chaos and that stuff. It's like the end of like one version, and this is kind of the beginning of like kind of a different evolution of the band to some extent. There's more kind of doomy groove patterns that you hear in that 2-minute mark. That goes into that kind of, I wrote catchy as fuck cause of death kind of riff, I said that cause of death riff cuts smooth like molten hot sword through flesh or butter. Your metaphor preferred. The leads are less chaotic, but not in a bad way.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the solos they're more focused and a little bit of the craziness is taken out and it's more thoughtful what notes they're using. Mm-hmm. It's almost like they're at a point in the war where it's more strategic. It's less like this pre-human civilization war. This is where the modern pre-modern war kind of stuff is starting to come into play a little bit.
Well, and it's interesting from a thematic standpoint. If you look at Realm as being mostly kind of, I don't want to say fantasy war, but more fantastical or mythological.
Yeah, mythological is a good word, I think.
Warmaster is kind of getting into a little bit more stark realism in a way. And I think musically it's slowing down a little bit. And what I wrote is I said, you can kind of think of this as South of Heaven to Realm's Reign.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. That's a perfect encapsulation there.
Because South of Heaven, like at first people were like, oh, what, Slayer slowed down a little bit. It's going to be less heavy. No, it was just as heavy, but it was like it had more breathing room in certain songs for you to kind of feel the weight of the songs a little bit more. Whereas like Realm's just throwing everything at you. You don't really have a lot of time to sort of ponder and think about what you're hearing as you're, as you're in it, But to me, like with Warmaster and Fourth Crusade and stuff that they they do after this, it's going to be a little bit more contemplative, both musically and lyrically, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Fourth Crusade is totally like Seasons in the Abyss.
Yeah. I wrote that too. That's very, very Seasons. Yep.
Because I think that's like a lot of as it went on, like, you know, Lombardo's drumming was impressive early on, but it like almost made the albums for those 3 records, I think.
Yeah.
It was just like, it elevated it to such a degree. Everybody was just like, holy shit, what is this?
Mm-hmm. Warmaster comes in at number 25 on Terrorizer's top 50 earache records of all time. And Rob Sace, I think, is the guy that wrote the little blurb. He says, there's no such thing as an inessential bolt thrower record, but Warmaster is certainly a contender for their finest hour. Working out how to follow up the superb Realm of Chaos can't be easy, but Bolt Thrower aced it with an orgy of out-and-out death metal carnage. Tracks like Cenotaph and the title track were soaked in imaginary blood and very real grooves. This is heavy shit that laid the template for groove-laden death metal to come. Grab your sword and get stuck in. So
yeah, I mean, Warmaster was a big deal in even like the crew that me and Chris ran in with, you know, like Skater.
Yeah, tell me more about this.
Skater crew. And it was just like, it was just like a prime thing. It was like that. I think that and like Obituary, Cause of Death, some of that stuff was so singular, but like undeniably catchy and interesting to people. It was like easier to get into, I think.
Yeah.
And I actually like when Warmaster came out, cause that was the first album that I actually got like when it came out, like the day it came out kind of, or maybe within the week or something. Cause it was an import. You know, Realm of Chaos was maybe a year after, and this was like the one. You know, it was like my Injustice for All or something. Okay. And I was in a graphics class in high school, and I cut back, not to belabor it too much, but like some of the earlier processes for you know making for reproducing things, and before computers was doing RubyLith, where it was like a thin red colored film that you'd put over the top of whatever drawing you had, and you could kind of cut out pieces with an X-Acto knife and pull it out. And that's how you could make silkscreen posters and stuff too. So I made Warmaster stickers and T-shirts that I stuck all over the school.
Oh, fucking
these big things. So, and I was, you know, giving people bring in like their, like, oh, I got a jacket. Can you put the, you know, whatever, like the week that I had the screen ready, like, you know, pull screens off, all that shit. But also the funniest part, I just actually texted him last week. This friend of mine, Aaron Sprague, who his mom let me paint a Warmaster mural in his bedroom.
Oh, I remember you talking about that. I feel like maybe in our episode 3, I think
it might have been. It might have been. But I because Chris was like, yeah, I think that's still up there, and I was like, no, it couldn't be. And like 5 years ago, his mom finally painted over it.
Oh, shit!
But it was a good, like, I would say 12 feet by 8 feet tall mural of the Warmaster cover.
That's
so
awesome.
It definitely had like an impact. Just the cover, everybody thought was awesome. The cover, if you look closely too, the main guy looks so disjointed you can't tell which are his legs from other people.
Okay.
There's some weird shit on there too, but yeah, it was just, that was kind of to a lesser degree of like how Arise was, like where everybody fucking loved that. Like everybody was open to new shit. And
same year too.
Was definitely, definitely one of those big ones. Yeah.
Yep. It showed up in their death metal special too, the Terrorizer one at number 32. And Chris Chandler wrote, he said, with Warmaster, Bolt Thrower nailed and honed a signature sound only really hinted at on previous albums. While it was smoother, slower, better arranged, and more melodic than earlier works, these monstrous riffs and rhythms were even more devastatingly heavy, epic, brutal, and precise. Amid the Florida-Stockholm morass of 1991, Warmaster was a proud monument to superior Warwickshire craftsmanship. So,
yeah, I think it's not. I don't think it's my favorite Bolt Thrower record.
No, it isn't mine either. But it's a perfect Bolt Thrower record though too.
It was like it's a pivotal record, I think, in their career. I don't know what my favorite record is. I do love the later discography a lot.
Yeah, that last one might be my favorite, but we'll talk about that in part 2. It's tough.
It's just like it's one of those, you know, stupid things like, yeah, you can't pick your kid, or
who's your favorite
kid,
child, yeah.
But everything, each one, I don't think there's like a disposable record. There's so many different like kind of like touchstones throughout the career.
Mm-hmm.
But this one definitely, like, I think lyrically, visually, and the production was like totally, they were just jumping leaps and bounds from Realm.
Are you a fan of the cover?
I do like the cover.
Yeah,
I like the gatefold cover better because you can see the full thing. Yeah, there's like a severed head on a pike, and there's like a cathedral that's on fire and shit in the background.
Because it kind of has like a comic book quality to it, which I think is cool.
This is still a Games Workshop.
Is it? Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
I think they might have bought it outright, but it's a Games Workshop artist. I don't think they used their like intellectual property like they did on Realm, like the Space Marines and all that kind of shit. But no, I really do like the cover a lot. It's their last. It's their last kind of like
mythological fantasy
thing. D&D cover. Yeah, totally.
They kind of grow up after this a little bit, or they kind of have to, they
go to the Constantinople painting or whatever, and then on to photography.
Yep. I mean, I guess they come back to it with the Honor Valor cover, kind of as a throwback to the Games Workshop type stuff, right?
Yeah. It's kind of it's in that same that greenish kind of this pile of guys shooting at each other.
Yeah. Well, we could talk about that more in part 2, but
I like the mercenary cover better, but that is kind of like a nice throwback.
Yep. So, Decibel, not to be outdone, had it in at number 32 on the top 100 death metal albums of all time, and it was written by the review was written by somebody near and dear to us named Chris Dick.
That guy, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, that guy who we've just we actually been hanging out with the last week or whatever. So. He said, after eating worlds on breakout long player Realm of Chaos, war-obsessed bolt thrower returned with the career-defining Warmaster. Less grind influence than its predecessor, the Brits parlayed Barry Thompson and Gavin Ward's penchant for thick tones and sick riffsmanship, and Andy Wales' incessant double bass into an undeniably destructive force. Add Joe Bench's flabby strings and Carl Willett's discernible bellow, and Warmaster emerges as a mid-tempo death metal standard. Whereas Realms of Chaos was about chaos and disorder, punctuated by the insanely good World Eater, Bolt Thrower's third was about control. Colin Richardson's standout / heavy yet clear production and songs, from the intro Unleashed Upon Mankind and Profane Creation to Cenotaph and Rebirth to Humanity, Warmaster's deck is stacked with bona fide death metal hits. Even CD bonus track and an earache incentive to purchase the CD over the LP and cassette at the dawn of the format wars, Destructive Infinity marches like a dream machine programmed for death. Although Bolt Thrower wouldn't use Games Workshop for the gatefold cover, the Pete Nifton, Ian Cook, Conan-like battle scene, replete with missing right lower leg on the center warrior, and a stained glass logo ushered many a long hair into Warmaster's forged steel maw. No filler, all killer. If there's a gateway death metal album for neophytes looking to the past to understand the present, Warmaster is absolutely it.
Well, I think he hit it right there with Control.
Yeah.
I think everybody's at the peak of their powers at this. And just like from songwriting to execution of music, art, everything. I mean, Warmaster is like, as a title, for this type of music is kind of like perfect.
They asked Andy about Warmaster a bit, and they asked him about the preparations for the material. Did you have any specific goals for the album? And he says, no, the usual. So a lot of practice making up some killer songs as always. Just wanted to make better album than the last. We couldn't use Games Workshop as they were too expensive, so we used one of their old artists. Maybe not my favorite album, but looking back on it, but the songs were still great. It's the album which took us to the next step to the real sound of Bolt Thrower, the Fourth Crusade. And then they asked him about the recording at Slaughterhouse Studios and about the fire. And he says,
so that's okay. That was the one. Rich Bitch was something else.
He goes, Slaughterhouse was an amazing studio, mainly because of Colin Richardson. It was at the back of a pub, which didn't get anyone in. My opinion was that the owner did an insurance job on the place. But for us, it was the next step in finding the real Bolt Thrower sound, as in mid-pace and heavy as fuck. So Conspiracy, maybe an insurance deal. So
I mean, usually I think most, I would say probably 80% of fires are probably from insurance.
You think so? Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, interesting.
It comes from no particularly no information that I have. That's
just kind of weird speculation stuff. Yeah.
I feel that the people will do shit to get money. I mean, that's just kind of how it works.
For sure. Yeah, there's always a side hustle somewhere, you know. So I think this is with this is an Andy Whale interview from 91 from the year that Warmaster actually came out, and they asked him where is it? Oh, they said, what different styles of music are influencing you as you kind of wrote Warmaster and stuff like that? And he says, well, I mean, we were all listening to really different stuff. Like Baz listens to, you know, rap type stuff and house stuff and more death metal type stuff. Gavin and Joe, they like more Trouble and Candlemass, that King Diamond stuff. Karl's totally across the board, from extreme death metal to stuff like Kingdom Come, you know. And I listen to a lot of different stuff as well, from like extreme death metal to like rock type stuff. And I like a bit of Paul Simon. I like the tribal drum beats and all that. And even things like Queen. I can't stand disco or anything like that, or rap music, but I like anything. So pretty cool. And then they asked if these different influences affect his kind of style of playing. And he says, I don't know. I suppose it does in a way. It's probably a good thing listening to a lot of stuff, because you just get stuck in a rut listening, you know, death metal all the time. You're just going to start coming out with generic death metal riffs. What we try and do is go for a more of an original sound, which is not standard songs, but like you're supposed to do, sort of thing. I suppose everything you listen to influences you in a way. When it comes down to it, it's always got that Bolt Thrower stamp on it. You can always tell it's Bolt Thrower, but it always sort of likes to move a bit forward as well. From the 3 albums, it's sort of like progressed, but in a way that you can still tell it's us. Mm-hmm. So I think that's pretty accurate. Yeah. I guess, what are your thoughts on this idea of, because I think Warmaster really is the affirmation of this so-called, you know, war metal sort of genre. You know, historically you have, you know, I guess your Mana Wars are kind of, you know, have some aspects of that. Then you have, you know, Tank, I think was kind of, you know, considered to sort of delve a little bit. Yeah. Bestial Warlust. There was that thrash band At War. And one of my unsung favorites, I don't know if you know these guys. I actually read a review that Wagner did, I think in that same Metal Maniacs issue, on these guys called Blessed Death from New Jersey. They're pretty awesome, actually. It would have been kind of a fun, like obscure, like kind of Patreon for our thrash series. Yeah. They have a record called Destined for Extinction, and it's kind of like Holy Terror if there was a little bit more Slayer and Iron Maiden Killers kind of sound to it. Okay. It's fierce, but it's good. It's all like kind of war kind of lyrics and stuff like that. So I don't know. Do you think it's actually like a genre, or do you think it's just sort of like just a kind of a clever tag to kind of throw on things?
I think, I mean, I like the original thing where it was either Gaz or Baz was saying, yeah, we're war metal, like to try to skirt, because usually like this shit comes up from journalists.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like, how can we like make a hook to make this shit like interesting, or to differentiate it from something else? And yeah, I think both are kind of really are kind of perfect for that tag. I don't think it's a subgenre.
I don't think so either. I mean, there's a lot of bands that sing about war, but yeah, it's like not a sound to it, you know? No,
and I think that's tough. Like black metal has an atmosphere that's kind of, and most, I mean, black metal is so broad right now, but as far as like going back to this era, black metal had an atmosphere. You know, there was like the unifying thing, and then it kind of diverted out from that a little bit. But I think that was more of I think war metal is something that you could just put on Bolt Thrower. It makes it like a singular title. Anything else was more kind of like, you know, blackened, thrashy, more throwback stuff. I can't think of anybody that calls themselves that really sounds like a unique, singular thing. They're kind of like retreading things from the past, except for Bolt Thrower.
Well, because I kind of think too that Bolt Thrower actually sounds like war sometimes in terms. They do,
and this is something that, you know, when you started talking about that early on in the show, I never even thought of that, and it's so apparent now when I listen to it.
That they're doing battles. It's like Mandatory Suicide Slayer, with like what Lombardo's doing to sort of create that war atmosphere, you know. Yeah, or even Pelican one with like
or like even some older like Dismember and shit too, like throwing you know, machine guns into stuff. But but they do it in a way that's not. I mean, it is literal, but it's organic. Yeah, like they're not making the instruments sound like something they're not. Like they're they're taking what Slayer started and kind of like, okay, how do we make this sound like, World War III?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. So it was something I wrote down to kind of discuss is like, what is war metal a genre? ?
Yeah. I mean, I can't think of more than, half dozen bands.
No,
that ever,
it just always got tagged, like whenever people would introduce Bolt Thrower to me or talk about, they're like, oh, they're like kind of war metal. I'm like, yeah, I guess,
You'd see it in advertisements and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's a marketing kind of scheme.
Absolutely.
But I would put on, like, when I think I've maybe told this story before, when we play Risk in my AP class after the AP test, I'll put Bolt Thrower on and some kids will be like, this is cool.
Did you put on like We're Next to Conquer? Or?
Yeah, just like, yeah, it's more of the newer stuff because it's a little more palatable, I think, for the kids. But they kind of get that rolling tanks, kind of like that feel of like, okay, yeah, this feels like the movement of the front or something, It's pretty cool.
No, I love like doing the show, and when I have like some type of discovery that it's such like a no shit moment.
Yeah.
Or it's like, God, that's so fucking obvious now that I look at it, but it's like a revelation. It's great. Like digging into the stuff like deeper than, because I listen to Warmaster fucking hundreds of times.
I was gonna say you probably know this band as well as almost any band in your existence, and yet for you to be able to kind of discover new layers is pretty awesome. I
can air drum and air solo every single song of this band, and I could probably sing along without even thinking about what the lyrics are. I could probably get like 85% of the lyrics because there was I think it's a little bit later on. I had one. A word off.
Oh, really?
What the hell was it? I think it's still here. No, well, I guess oh no. Sorry, I just. Here it is. Actually, we're gonna be talking about this on the next set. I think. What Dwells Within?
Yeah, that's the first song we're gonna play in the next set.
Is the God, my handwriting is so fucking terrible. Somewhere in the powers that dominate.
Dominate, yeah.
And I thought it was terminate.
Oh, the
way
terminate?
He says it.
Which either would be fine.
But it is dominate.
Yeah.
But it's like, just these phrases are so evocative of just, I don't know, summon the powers that terminate sounds so fucking cool.
But that's
when you're 15 or 14 or whatever, it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's where he sings that summon the powers that dominate. It's such a fucking evocative moment for sure. So before we get into those songs, a little bit more about the album as a whole. It did come in at number 21 on the Decibel Yearbook 1991 issue, number 21 of albums released in 1991. And Kevin Stewart Pankow had this to say. He said, before war metal came to mean dizzying blast beats, underlying wind tunnel guitars, playing a miasma of notes that dissolve into the ether quicker than acid disintegrating Christ skull fragments. Jesus, that's a sentence.
How many commas are in that sentence?
I know. Bolt Thrower were its musical personification. All right. No one topped their transposition of the crawl of tanks through bombed out villages and ground troops barreling over a bullet-ridden hillside. Warmaster was a consistent mid-pace thud, a steadily approaching infantry of distorted thunder demonstrating that war was indeed hell and death metal was deliciously hellish. It's kind of fun. And then, as I said, Kim Kelly does these write-ups in that Earache issue for Terrorizer on the Earache Bolt Thrower records. And here's what she had to say about Warmaster. She said, in the midst of recording their trio of Peel sessions and the Cenotaph EP, Bolt Thrower once again joined forces with Colin Richardson to summon up an even murkier effort. Taking heavy influence from Doom Pioneer's Candlemass and enlisting a primal Hellhammer-worthy stomp to lead their march into battle, the quintet carried on playing slow and destroying any opposition. True, they tuned up a bit higher than on Realm, but the riffs sunk further into the abyss, and the fast parts seemed faster when lined up shoulder to shoulder with their Doom passages. Only a few years after St. Vitus pissed off basements full of Black Flag fans by playing mockingly slow in the midst of their slam dancing, Bolt Thrower threw the speed-obsessed death grind world for a serious loop. While label mates Napalm Death and Carcass strove towards ever-climbing shock and speeds, Bolt Thrower pulled back, vacillating between their trademark mid-tempo surges and zombified lurch to prolong the torture. Warmaster abandons the blasting grind of the predecessors, but chaos still reigns. The sleeve came courtesy of Pete Nifton and Ian Cook of Max Joe Graphics when Game Workshop priced themselves out of the bolt thrower budget, but the scent of blood and triumph and love for all things Warhammer remained intact. Realm of Chaos, Slaves to Darkness made its effect felt in Cenotaph's homage to World Eater, and the cover's epic battle scene still raged. Warmaster is widely regarded to be Bolt Thrower's finest hour, and a single listen to the filth and the fury contained within these 46 crucial minutes makes the reasons why all too clear.
It was kind of the perfect length of albums in the early 90s.
46, yeah.
45, 46, 48 minutes. Like that was it.
That was kind of the LP. Track. That was kind of the LP link, right? Because you had about 25 minutes per side, I think, is all you
something like that, right around 20. It depends on the fidelity. You can But
if you want it to still sound really good, you didn't want to go much past, I think, 25 minutes or something. So indeed. So one last thing, and then we can talk about the songs, but I want to turn back to the Quietus article from I think last year, from January of 2021. And this is where they kind of set up both the Cenotaph EP, which we just heard something from, and Warmaster. Serving up as a warm-up for their next full-length, Warmaster, the Cenotaph EP is an important step in the development of the Bolt Thrower sound, acting as a bridge between their early, rougher style and the more robust, steamrolling approach they'd later adopt. Cenotaph itself is obviously one of the finest jewels in the Bolt Thrower crown, but its B-side, Destructive Infinity, that really demonstrates how confident the band had become at slower tempos. There's very little trace of grindcore left here at all, as the songs begins with a gigantic, doomy swagger, and the scratchier, acidic guitar sound has been usurped by a thick, steel-plated dirge that seems to envelop all in its path. Before I read the next paragraph, did you guys get the Cenotaph EP when it came out, or was that kind of hard to find even in the States back then?
I never remember seeing it, because most of these we were getting these at like Warehouse Records, which is a small
import stuff.
Michigan chain. It was in the imports, and I don't think it was really worth their for their profit margins to really get EPs in very often, especially like these little slim lines that were like 2 songs. Maybe if it was like a full 5-6 song EP. But no, I still to this day don't have, outside of the Who Dares Wins that has all the EPs put into one. Spearhead was the first EP that I actually got from Bolt Thrower.
I think I have the Cenotaph EP. I think that was a Christmas gift from Chris.
Yeah, Chris found it for you, I'm sure.
So, which is because I still stuck to CDs. So Mark made the switch over. So
I still have all my Bolt Throwers. I'll never sell them.
I was gonna say you kept Bolt Thrower. You kept Paradise Lost. What else did you keep?
Carcass, Dismember, Entomb to a certain point.
Yep, some Edge of Sanities, I think.
Autopsy, Edge of Sanity.
Yeah.
I've got about maybe 300 CDs and way more records. At this point.
And then the Quietus article goes on. It says 1991 was almost certainly the most important year in death metal's history. But whilst records like Death's Human, Morbid Angels, Blessed Are the Sick, Suffocation's Effigy of the Forgotten, Gorgut's Considered Dead, Atheist's Unquestionable Presence, and Immolation's Dawn of Possession were all pushing the boundaries of the genre in terms of technicality and progressive songwriting, Bolt Thrower would make a similarly indelible mark on death metal by pushing hard in the opposite direction here, emphasizing primitiveness and the sheer unstoppable power of simplicity. Arriving just a month after Cenotaph, the Warmaster album would take the heavier sound of that EP to an even more devastating places. The album has a genuinely oppressive weight to it, and it's easily one of the band's most harrowing, atmospheric recordings. If the first 2 albums were like being stuck in the middle of a firefight, then this is the sound of the aftermath, as the explosions start to subside and you're left to survey the acres of mud and corpses surrounding you in wide-eyed, sweat-drenched horror. The atmosphere doesn't come at the expense of Bolt Thrower's thunderous power, however. In fact, the tighter, colder feel the band achieve here makes their trademark death metal sound even more impactful and destructive. So destructive, in fact, that Slaughterhouse Studios actually burnt down just 2 weeks after the band finished recording there. What Dwells Within is another all-time classic Bolt Thrower tune. Its iconic opening riff, a testament to how much power the band can wring out of just a handful of notes. Lyrically, it finds Willits getting slightly more abstract than the preceding albums, although the band's defiant punk ethos still rings through in lines like, our status is class through amounting possessions, whilst shrouding the truth through delightful expression. So
good rhyming that people don't really do much more anymore.
I know.
Something I was thinking of, like, when you're talking about that, is how you could, if you want to, like, you know, as guys that like to over intellectualize stuff sometimes.
What? Us?
What if
listeners will be shocked to hear that, Mark?
What if this progression of albums is actually looking at war from a different level of society? From battle there is no law, is you're the guy with a broadsword trying to keep your arms intact, to Realm of Chaos, where it's, you know, it's some other guy like in a vehicle, to Warmaster seems like you're like some type of general or lieutenant, like orchestrating the battle from afar.
And then like Fourth Crusade is almost like the above the general, like
the peoples in power that are seeing
power that are for sure. No, I think
that could be an essay.
a really cool insight into that for sure. So I dig it. So let's talk about this music. They just mentioned in the article what dwells within. You know, killer Slayer solo in this song. You know, it's to me one of the last songs that you would qualify as true like extreme death metal for Bolt Thrower. It's kind of like the last remnants of a little bit of that Realm sound. You can kind of hear it in what dwells within, because a lot of the rest of this album is a little bit more mid-paced, but kind of like that it has 1 foot in the past and 1 foot in the future.
I love I mean, as dumb and kind of pat as it is, I love when they start on the right channel and then the left channel comes in.
Oh yeah, and
it's something like with like a phone, you don't really like get as much when you have like a split up stereo, or you're listening to it on headphones, or even in a car. But like, you know, when the riff starts up for the first measure, then the next one comes in. It's just something about that just fucking always gets me.
Well, it's interesting too, because a song that unfortunately, because I wanted to play so much from Fourth Crusade, but it's one of my alarms is Icon from Fourth Crusade.
That's a great song.
And that's how that song opens, with like one channel, and then the second channel comes in and stuff. And that's something Bolt Thrower does really, really well indeed. Yeah. Then we go from what dwells within to Profane Creation. And I just wrote, how good is that opening riff? Just holy
fucking incredible. And then the ride cymbal. Punctuates that whole thing. It's like,
I just wrote Andy's on fire here throughout the whole song, so that's probably what I was referring to. I mean, that opening riff.
Put Andy Will on display.
Yeah, he's
and the rolls and everything is just like fucking crazy.
I mean, this is like that opening riff has this is where you can hear a little, I think, of the Candlemass and Old Trouble kind of stuff in terms of like crushing oppressive doom.
Yep.
And there's really some like Autopsy is Fixed kind of crawling death doom throughout this song too, you know?
I mean, I think that there's no, I think it makes sense why Martin Van Drunen was asked to take over on vocals
with these guys. Yeah. He's got
like,
that
Asphyx, Asphyx and Bolt Thrower have a similar, Asphyx is much more kind of, I think, raw, unrefined in a great way. Than Bolt Thrower, but as far as like the intensity and like their kind of mission statements are all the same.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think Asphyx might have the most albums with death in the title.
Yes.
So it's like perfect.
Yeah, they're kind of like they're almost like if you melt it Bolt Thrower down, you get kind of Asphyx or something.
Yeah,
you know,
my favorite album title of them is Death the Brutal Way.
Yes, that's good. That's good. I wrote at the 3-minute mark of Profane Creation, I said, you get the slow, and this is, I want credit for this. The fuck yeah parking lot brawl groove.
Punch a guy in the throat kind of.
Yeah, that like, fuck yeah, like that just like slow, like Obituary does a lot of that kind of stuff too. And in Profane Creation has one of my all-time favorite Bolt Thrower solos at like the 4:45 mark. It's very short, but it's like very memorable. It's very cool. Then speaking of like Andy on display, to me, Andy and Joe really drive Rebirth of Humanity. They're kind of like the driving like rhythmic force of this song. And we don't get to talk about Joe a lot on these early records because their bass is so like distorted. And I think someone wrote flabby. It kind of has that like thick, just big.
It's almost behind the beat a little bit, but I like that kind of vibe. Like she's so locked in with what Andy's doing, and Andy's never a click track precise drummer. It's all, I think all these guys it's all feel.
Yes.
And they get kind of more refined as they go along, but it never becomes like, you can risk that kind of like sterility of being too precise in certain types of bands. And the Andy, and even later on, Martin Kearns would bring on that kind of like undulation that is like the thing that I love about double bass so much, how it kind of like propels things forward.
Well, I think Ken Owen had that too, and I think you mentioned that earlier in the show. Yeah. But yeah, that was like that je ne sais quoi that like a guy like Ken and these unconventional drummers, you know,
guys that just learned from
a lot of feel.
Doing.
Yeah, a lot of feel. You know, and both those guys kind of came out of punk roots too, and I think that's
totally
kind of important. You know, Baz and Gavin do some of their best kind of melodic guitar interplay here. Some really cool pinch harmonics. Another trippy kind of short guitar solo kind of reminds me like almost like stuff you'd hear on like Human from Death a little bit.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
See that?
So
like, yeah, it's really eerie vibe to this song too. But like there's air in the song between instruments, which is something I think Warmaster was the first, because Realm of Chaos was such just a fucking sludge fest of everything was overdone. Yeah. Purposely. Warmaster things are a little more strategic, to use a bolt thrower term, more air and everything like between. If there was like a dense part, you know, with the drums, then the guitars would be a little more spread out, or Karl's delivery would be a little bit different. But it just seemed much more, I think, just refined in general.
Sure. Yep. No, I think you're spot on with that. So those are the three tunes we're going to hear from Warmaster, and then we're going to hear a pair of tunes from Fourth Crusade, which we'll talk more about those tunes and that record and set all that up in the next set. We're also going to hear from Kat Gillham again one more time, and she's kind of talks a little bit about Bolt Thrower's unique transition to pure death metal out of their kind of roots of sort of grindy punk kind of stuff. And she was kind of around when that stuff was sort of happening, living in England and stuff. So we'll hear from Kat, and then we're going to hear a trio of tunes from Warmaster, What Dwells Within, Profane Creation, Rebirth of Humanity, and then a pair of tunes from the Fourth Crusade to end the set. Where Next to Conquer and As the World Burns. And I think we'll hear from Karl just real briefly about Fourth Crusade before we come back.
After In Battle There Is No Law, Bolt Thrower definitely made quite a stylistic change towards a more refined version of their death metal sound, with Realms of Chaos, which was it was still a raw sounding album. You know, it still had that rawness that In Battle There Is No Law had, but minus the punkiness of the debut album. It definitely had more of a straight on death metal approach with some, noticeably more slower mid-paced parts thrown into the more faster blasting parts. And then they refined things even more on Warmaster, and that album really cemented their signature sound and style. And with that album, Bolt Thrower really came into their own then, and that was definitely a genre-defining album, I think, as far as, mid-paced, heavy, bulldozing, grinding death metal goes. I mean, it had everything, that album. It had the slow crushing parts, it had the mid-paced, bulldozing parts, and then it had the more tempo parts, and also some, really cool guitar melodies and stuff thrown in. One thing that's always been at the forefront of Bolt Thrower's sound is the really cool leads and melodies that they mix into the brutality. And again, they expanded on that and evolved that with the Fourth Crusade, and so on and so forth after that album. Bolt Thrower is such a unique sounding band. Back in the 90s, there was no other band that sounded like Bolt Thrower. They were in their own league. They were in their own style. They had their own sound and style going on, and it's only been in more recent years that, you know, I've heard bands that sound similar to Bolt Thrower who have obviously taken a huge influence from the signature 90s Bolt Thrower sound and yeah, copied it. Yeah, Bolt Thrower, one of the best death metal bands ever. What can you say? You know, in my top 5 death metal bands for definite. Awesome band and awesome lyrics and awesome ethics as well. You know, they did their own tour booking, merchandise, self-management. You know, yeah, you know, it goes back to that DIY punk mentality, you know. So even at the height of their fame, they were still, you know, they might have been on big labels, but they were still, the day-to-day running of the band was managed by the band, you know, from merchandise to tour booking and management. And yeah, I've got a lot of respect for them for taking that approach. Yeah. Hail Bolt Thrower.
Misplaced in time,
Crusade in October, November. So, and then you'll see what it's all about.
But it'll surprise people. It's going to be a lot cleaner, a lot faster, a lot slower, but very bolt thrower.
That was As the World Burns and Where Next to Conquer from the Fourth Crusade. And then we opened up with a trio of tunes, What Dwells Within, Profane Creation, and Rebirth of Humanity from Bolt Thrower's Warmaster. And so we also heard there a brief snippet from Karl, where he kind of foreshadows how different Fourth Crusade was going to be. So that interview was conducted, I think, at Headbangers Ball right before Fourth Crusade came out. And he kind of hints there that
Headbangers Europe.
Headbangers Europe, yeah. So that things will be different. So
we unfortunately didn't get a whole lot of the good European interviews in our
I remember Entomb was on Headbangers, Carcass was on Headbangers, but yeah, it was few and far between. It was not a lot, you know.
Yeah. Wasn't a whole lot of money for them to push.
No.
But yeah, in Europe, like, you know, Paradise Lost was interviewing Typo Negative and shit that we never got to see over here.
Oh, really? Jeez.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Jesus. So those last two tunes, Fourth Crusade, you know, Where Next to Conquer, we heard that first. That's a favorite of mine. From this is my first Bolt Thrower CD. So I had Realm on tape, and I think I had Warmaster. I ended up getting it used on CD later, but it was, you know, I didn't buy it new. And this happened to be used at New Moon. I don't know who sold Fourth Crusade back, but I remember getting it in high school and bringing it over to people's houses and I just put it on in the background, and it was a good, like, people who weren't into like death metal would like perk up. They'd be like, man, this is catchy. What is this? I'm like, oh, it's Bolt Thrower. And so this was kind of, for me, the album I used as kind of like a gateway drug, or, you know, the way I would do with like Blind Guardian or something like that, where I would just kind of casually have this playing in ear space of other people in hopes that they would kind of grab onto it and be like, this is fucking tasty and catchy, you know?
Yeah. I put like, refinement, level up where their sound, basically to where their sound would be the rest of their career.
Yeah.
I think this is like the first Warmaster, you know, was part to get there, but this is almost the first album that really kind of, this is it. Then they lock in and kind of perfectly refine this format.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote it in my notes for Where Next to Conquer, and you said it last Talkset. This is their Seasons of the Abyss, you know? And Seasons is like more intimately listenable probably than South and Rain, in that it just is, you know, it's like, it doesn't mean it's better or it's worse. It just means that's just its quality, right? It's just like one of those records that like even casual like thrash people probably prefer Seasons to like other stuff, you know?
I mean, there's air, there's just like, there's room to breathe in the thing. It's not like this breakneck crazy, like, yeah, people that have listen to traditional rock and roll can lock in easier to this type of music than to, you know, In Battle There's No Law or Realm of Chaos, where it's just a fucking mess.
Yeah.
To like the novice listener, you know?
When I especially the opening salvo of tunes, those first 5 tunes, I played the shit out of. I mean, they like flow like one into another. You know, we heard Fourth Crusade at the start of the show, which opens the whole album up, but you know, it's so well crafted, it's so catchy. You know, it's, to me, this is the gateway drug to get people from Slayer to Morbid Angel, almost. If that makes sense. And it's just like, it's a good middle ground between those, because maybe Morbid Angel is still like a little too scary, and this is like, you like Slayer and it didn't scare you too much, but like, let's add some gruff vocals and like, but yet listenable, catchy. It's not, you know, threatening in not threat. I don't want to say that, because that makes it sound like it's defanged, but it's non-threatening.
Well, it's mature enough in its songwriting where they're not out to get you with the
they're not there for shock value.
No, there's no shock. There's no like blatantly extreme elements that are there. Just everything's there for a purpose. It's a mature record.
And that last 30 seconds of the song is with Karl's like war cry. That's fucking like catnip stuff, man. Like, that's great. You know, As the World Burns is a kind of a cool, that to me, this song I wrote, it seems like it's almost a template that would influence like a band's like your Asphyxes or your Hail of Bullets or something like that. It's almost like the blueprint for that
like
kind of sound.
Like Hail of Bullets, that's that's war metal to me.
Yeah.
But it's basically like a derivative of
1914. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the lyrics of life expectancy now decreases as atomic warfare rapidly increases. I always fucking love that.
Yeah. It's very literal.
It's literal, but it's like,
it's very scientific almost.
It seems like, it's very matter of fact.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like something like a high school kid would write, like a smart high school kid would write in some type of essay about, nuclear disarmament or something.
For sure. That's funny. Great Tom G obituary kind of opening riff, the whole thing. And in fact, Quietus wrote specifically just about this song. So I'll read that and just kind of see what people think. As the World Burns is a great example of this album's overall style, with its stirring guitar harmonies taking on a far more mournful, reflective tone than the all-out blitzkrieg of the first two records, as Willits offers up perhaps the neatest encapsulation of the band's anti-war sentiment so far. Life expectancy now decreases as atomic warfare rapidly decreases. Our foolish games. What have we learned? No time for sorrow as the world burns. So yeah, you guys are great minds think alike, Mark. So
I didn't read the whole thing, so that's funny that popped up, because that was just something like an evocative lyric.
Sure,
but it's funny that this happens like track 5 out of 11, because As the World Burns seems like a closing track.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
But then then we go into this time it's war and ritual and spearhead, and like it just escalates from there. So
ages, exactly. Yep. Andy kind of talked a little bit about this. I think the interview happened like right around the time that this album came out, so it was kind of pretty fresh in his memory. But they're where are we at? Did I lose my spot here? They said, speaking of which, how much of the war thing in general is going to be on the next album? And he says, well, I mean, the next album is going to be called The Fourth Crusade, which is our fourth album. And it's sort of like the Crusades and the Holy Land as well. It's going to be like a futuristic version of the medieval time sort of thing, which is cool, And he says, so they ask him, so there's going to be more stuff going on in the mind. And he says, yeah, like you say, it's more of a psychological aspect to the thing, where Karl always tried to do that anyways. He always tried to put double meaning into his songs. But I mean, most people just get the war side of it, But if you actually read into it, you can see other things like a lot of people do. They'll write to Karl saying, oh, I read this out of the lyrics. And like Karl hasn't even aimed towards that, which is good, because it means people are sort of like not just listening to the music. Well, we've always been sort of like war-oriented, not as if we're warmongers or anything. It's just like carcass being gore. You know what I mean? It's just sort of our thing. So
no, I think that was a thing. Like Napalm was definitely picking up the kind of the standard from punk bands.
Yeah.
And then Carcass being this like gore thing to turning into this general decay of society thing. Like everybody had a really unique kind of perspective. In between both were having their talking about war, its effect, its psychological effects, its inevitable effects on as human beings. Like all those early Earache bands had really unique takes on whatever their kind of thing was.
Yeah,
I don't see that as much, and it's all refinements of that now, but. Yeah, like those three bands specifically, it was like, damn, like they kind of like milked it for all it was.
Yeah.
And they managed to make a career about it. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. And then Andy actually years later, when he's reflecting on the whole discography that he was part of, they kind of asked him, the interviewer said, Fourth Crusade was kind of revolutionary. You slowed down, tuned lower your strings, becoming even heavier. Was it your natural evolution or something eventually influenced your play style? He says, in a way, this album was us going back to the beginning, and Battle was more mid-paced and heavy riffs. Fourth Crusade is my favorite album. It's just a great album. It would stand up to any death metal album today. So it's kind of cool. It's Andy's favorite record that he was kind of part of,
I mean, I definitely think that this might be their high watermark of this era. I think For Victory's good, but I don't think it has the je ne sais quoi of the Fourth Crusade.
Yeah.
And I think Mercenary came back. I think because I think they're kind of pivoting a little bit with their. You've been doing it for this many records.
Mm-hmm.
4 records. Like shit, where do you go? Like they didn't have the sophomore slump. They almost had like the 5th record was good. I like a lot of the songs on it, but it doesn't have that like holy shit. This is just like so relevant and also the whole scene had been a little saturated at that point. I think that's
probably, I think when I appreciate For Victory a lot more now because I think in context, it's a great record, but in 94, there was such a weird thing happening towards, black metal and
this was more of the same,
Yeah.
But good. It was great, but it wasn't as exciting or sexy as, some other stuff that was happening.
But I think now because you have such a limited supply of Bolt Thrower records, you can fully envelop yourself in that and be like, oh, this was still fucking top notch awesome.
Oh, totally. Yeah. There's not a record that's not.
And I think
there's like different levels of, kind of Bolt Thrower brilliance.
Sure.
And there's just little ebbs and flows, but nothing's bad. It's just different.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And around the same time, I should mention, even though we're not playing anything off of it, that 4th Crusade came out. They did put out the Spearhead EP that had 2 B-sides from the same recording sessions as 4th Crusade. Which is,
Crown of Life, Dying Creed, and Lament.
Okay. Yeah. How are those?
They're okay. I mean, Dying Creed is one that was probably one of my favorites off the whole thing. But the Spearhead remix was like twice as long.
Yeah, I remember that being like 7.
It's 8:44. It's almost 9 minutes long. Yeah. Great cover. I love the fucking cover of that thing too.
That's really cool for sure. In Maniacs, Gavin mentioned to Jeff that he said, quote, "We were happy with some of the songs, but the production was the same, and it got really thin and compressed. There was no highs and lows on 4th Crusade. It was quite a monotonous sound. Colin was always into being over the top with compressing it, and it was something we didn't like. So it's interesting. Andy loves it, and Gavin kind of has some mixed feelings about it. So it's funny because as I was reading reviews and kind of getting a temperature, that seems to be a lot of 4th Crusade. It's fairly divisive.
Really?
Yeah, it's like people either fucking love it or they're kind of like, like it's not heavy enough. It's not as like aggressive or whatever. It's too mid-paced.
I mean, it's definitely refined, but what else was coming out?
Exactly. Maybe in context to like some stuff that's being put out today, but in 92, this like it was soothing and just a warm, just really.
I feel like I think it's like a lot of the what's his name from Morrisound?
Scott Burns.
Scott Burns. It's got like Scott Burns. Like they figured out a formula where you could capture death metal in a way that was more consistent, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what like there's not as much of the chaos in 4th Crusade.
Yeah, no,
I think they kind of figured out like, okay, we know how to capture double bass and the fast cymbals and heavy guitars and guttural vocals, like, and we can separate them and make it mix together great. But it became like maybe a little too safe.
Yeah, and maybe if you were like a realm person or like a grind person, and you're just like, it's too catchy or something like that. You know what I mean? Like,
because there's, I think we were different. Like me and Chris were not first generation death metal guys, really close to being there. But like those guys that were more into like heavy thrash and then got into this stuff, like I don't know if they like latched on to certain things more, but we were just on for the ride.
Yeah, you were. Well,
make this stuff as crazy as fucking possible, and and as different as possible. We were totally into that.
You guys went along for the evolution of a lot of bands, whether it be Anathema, Amorphous, you name it. Like there's a ton of bands that started off a certain way and then evolved into something else. Paradise Lost. I mean, the list it's endless.
Yeah. Carcass. I mean, everybody.
So I guess it just depends on what you want out of your death metal, and maybe certain people want more evil incantation kind of stuff out there, and that's fine. 4th Crusade's probably not their record. You know what I mean? Like, and I can't judge them for that. It doesn't mean it's a bad record, but
it's just I mean, it comes down to music's personal taste and like personal, kind of reaction and like what kind of like visceral reaction do you get out of stuff?
Yeah.
And I didn't get a visceral reaction out of Deicide or Immolation until
recent,
probably 5 years ago,
last decade or so. Yeah.
And like, cause we went to so many shows that everything was kind of just brutal death metal, brutal US death metal. And
that stuff didn't sound good live back in the day.
No, it sounded like fucking terrible. Nobody knew how to do anything with it.
Yeah.
And like up until like now, when you can go see, you know, like Demolich, and they sound fucking amazing live when you're 2 feet from them. Like that was not a thing back in the day. But it's just, yeah, it's. I think it totally comes down to taste and where your entry point was. Like we were so. Well, I think if I have to look back at my kind of trajectory and what made me really, it's that fucking. We talked about the video the Hard and Heavy video. The Entombed Left Hand Path video was so kind of abstract and weird, but you went through all these different like movements, and it felt like fucking epic. Yeah, and you couldn't really see the band, and like the recording, the video recording was way back, 30 feet back from where the band was playing, and then when they, kicked into the the slower part toward the end with the Phantasm shit going on, and they actually slow down the headbanging. And it becomes this like abstract thing as they zoom in. Like there was this like weird like art house abstraction to that stuff that like really pulled us in a lot more so than Cannibal Corpse, So like when we went to see those bands, it was like even like Dismember or something. We were like right up front, just staring at them playing because that was so fucking interesting. So yeah, it's just like wherever your personal kind of entry point is to this stuff.
Sure. Yep. I agree. Couple other perspectives. This is from Quietus. They kind of introduced the record. They say, after discovering their riffs hit even harder at a more mid-paced tempo on Warmaster, the band's fourth record follows this idea through to its logical conclusion and slows right down to almost doom metal speeds. Whilst Andy Wales' rock-solid double kick work is the beating heart of this album, the actual riffs themselves have more in common with the grandiose, dramatic atmosphere of Candlemass than they do any of the band's death metal peers. This yearning, almost romantic quality seems to be reflected in the artwork too, with the band opting for French painter Eugene Delacroix's 1804 piece, The Entry of the Crusaders into Constantinople, instead of anything Games Workshop affiliated this time. And yeah, I think that the cover adds a certain sophistication to the record. Candlemass used all those painted covers too, right?
That's what I was going to say is like that, the whole I'd never would have thought anything about Candlemass into Bolt Thrower.
Yeah.
But until this episode. Yeah. And like that, the whole painted, like, the Nightfall cover, all this shit. It's like, looks so much more
creation. Yep.
Yeah. It's just, it's something I never would have thought, but now you look at it, it's like, it's almost obvious now.
Yep. It's funny. The story of this for people, I'll go history nerd for 1 second, but this is the Fourth Crusade was fascinating because the first three Crusades were obviously to gain back the Holy Land, which was basically, Jerusalem and kind of the Levant, area of the ancient, biblical times, which had fallen into kind of Turkish Muslim hands through, different groups of Turks, the Ottomans, and also the Seljuk Turks that were down there. And if you've seen like Kingdom of Heaven, it's a pretty good Ridley Scott movie that gets into that stuff a bit. The Fourth Crusade was interesting because what it was is the Byzantine Empire, where Constantinople was the capital of the Byzantines, the Eastern Romans. They asked for help from the Western Europeans, and they kind of contacted the Pope and said, "Hey, the Muslim Turks are encroaching on Christian Byzantine territory. We need your help." Blah blah blah. And so that's when they called for the Pope Urban II called for crusades, and people volunteered and went over into the Holy Land. And that's basically what the first three crusades were. And the fourth one was fascinating because the Byzantines called for help yet again. And what some of the kings in Europe and some of the merchants decided is, let's not fuck around with the Middle East and fighting Muslims. Let's go ransack fucking the wealth of our Christian neighbors, Constantinople. And so they basically stormed. It was like a surprise attack. It'd be like if during World War II, we were like, fuck it, let's just go take England over. They're already weak enough because the Germans bombed them flat or whatever. Yeah, or some. So it's a really fascinating left turn moment in the Crusades, and a lot of people don't realize that it's actually Christian versus Christian during the Fourth Crusades. It doesn't actually involve the Muslims that much. But so anyways, there's
shows the hypocrisy of
yeah, it was really about just conquering and wealth and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we're next to conquer. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. So Kim Kelly did a little write-up, like I said, and here's her one for Fourth Crusade. She said, Bolt Thrower changed things up a bit on their fourth full-length, aptly titled The Fourth Crusade. Their tunings lowered, the riffs thickened, their songs lengthened, and their lyrics began to focus less on their beloved Warhammer and more on the evils that men do. The record takes a hefty chunk of inspiration from the historical Fourth Crusade and the fall of Constantinople, as well as the songs of warfare that are their bread and butter, and this time around, the modern menace of nuclear death. Their doomy influences become more and more apparent, and their use of melody more refined. It was clear that they'd become more proficient and comfortable with their respective instruments, and the results were monumental. The riffs were still massive, the vocals earth-shaking, and overall mood dark, oppressive, and bleak. But Bolt Thrower were growing up, and not without growing pains. They moved to Cornwall's Sawmill Studios and enlisted the talents of John Cornfield to record, and Alan Fish and Steve Harris to mix the result. Longtime producer Colin Richardson stayed the course, and his presence ensured that the Bolt Thrower sound remained mostly intact. Unfortunately, switching engineers and studios resulted in an album that sounded as if it were recorded in a vacuum, and a bassist whose presence seemed purely ornamental, a crying shame, as Joe's power is unmatched. Some naysayers pinpoint this release as the beginning of their, quote, rut, or their last good album, bestowing upon them the reigning title of the AC/DC of death metal. The atmosphere is there, though, and the band do a capital job of bringing their listeners straight into the fray. Their strategy is simple, yet effective. Their compositions repetitive, yet relentlessly creative. On the Fourth Crusade, Bolt Thrower came into their own. Where next to conquer? So there's some, I think she presents some interesting kind of counter perspectives that some people have, I think. You know, and that tag of the AC/DC of death metal does get thrown at them. And I think you and I have talked pretty openly over the last several years about how as we get older, we've begun to appreciate the sort of genius of simplicity of some of the like control that those AC/DC records have, in that they, at first, when we were younger, we were all about kind of spasticness and yet there's something almost like brilliant about the way that, especially like Phil Rudd and the stuff that he does on the drums and things like that.
That stuff, like I was every once in a while I listen to the Bill Burr's podcast, and he went off on Phil Rudd, how just fucking brilliant the guy is.
Sure.
So under like, you don't, he's not like Neil Peart. You hear what he's doing. You see his kit. You know it's something like more than normal.
Sure.
But Phil Rudd did stuff that was it was the swagger of the whole thing. It was go back to like the blues of the whole thing was just like, if you try to play that shit,
you know,
yeah, it's
Bill Ward
completely
gets underrated, you know, as a drummer too, for that same kind of swing and swagger and all that. Yeah.
Like try to play, Bill Burr was doing it was like some kind of charity music event where he was playing drums and they were doing AC/DC songs. He's like, it's the hardest fucking thing I ever did. Yeah, like to get in that pocket like Rudd was, it's just amazing. But
it takes kind of a special kind of nature, and I think that's where I am with Bolt Thrower. Is like, some people see that as a critique, and I see that as nobody else sounds like Bolt Thrower, and nobody else sounds like fucking AC/DC.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard the same thing about Dismember. There's a handful of bands that have kind of had the same sound their entire career, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I think there's room in this for people to be like Paradise Lost, where they can go from guttural death metal to Depeche Mode, and then back, and then people to do just kind of stay the course. Yeah, Immolation's done just iterations of their kind of Dawn of Possession album since, and it's equally as interesting to me now. Yeah. Like, not everybody has to be that kind of like crazy innovator. Like, you need those kind of stalwarts that keep this thing going.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with stuff here. So we are going to end with two tunes to sort of close out the show, and we have some other things that we'll attend to here in a second. But the two tunes are Ritual and Through the Ages, and Ritual kind of starts with a awesome kind of death, lack of comprehension riff. Even the solos kind of remind me of some something like James Murphy would do or something like that. Very heartfelt, lots of air.
Get that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's got like room to breathe and stuff. Mm-hmm. And actually when Jeff Wagner asked Gavin to name like, some of his favorite Bolt Thrower songs of all time, he actually mentioned in particular Ritual and Karl's vocal performance in the song. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Nice.
And then Through the Ages. And I want to read something from Quietus that kind of introduces Through the Ages. And then I actually want to look at the lyrics for a second as a history person. But it says, it's from the Quietus article. It says, while you get the impression that many self-proclaimed war metal bands merely skim through the history textbooks to pick out the gnarliest looking fonts, Bolt Thrower's bleak, oppressive sound is informed just as much by genuine historical conflict as it is the aesthetic of tabletop fantasy games, to the point that their fourth full length, The Fourth Crusade, as much a reference to the capturing of Constantinople in 1204 as it is to the chronological placement in their discography, actually concludes with what could be described as a sonic bibliography in Through the Ages, as vocalist Carl Willits reads a list of real-life battles he has referenced atop one of the band's most ominous riffs. And the lyrics, I think, are pretty cool for people that maybe have not been able to pick up on them and stuff. But it says, from the Roman conquest of Britain in the year 43 AD to 61 AD, to the Saxon raids between 205 and 577 AD, followed by Viking raids 793 to around 1016, the Norman conquest of 1066, including the Battle of Hastings, leading to the Crusades, which persisted through the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, the Anglo-French wars of the 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries, culminating in the massacre of Agincourt, the First English Civil War of 1215 to 1217, the first of many, the 100 Years' War from 1337 to 1457, the War of the Roses from 1455 to 1485, the War of the Holy League from 1510 to 1517, another war created in the name of God, the 80 Years' War, 1568 to 1648, followed by the Great English Civil War, 1642 to 1651, the American Revolution of 1792, lasting through to 1802. I think they mean the French Revolution. Yeah, because those years, that's the years of the French Revolution. That's weird. Okay. I'm just reading off not Discogs, but Metal Archives. So maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
And then followed by the Napoleonic Wars of 1803 to 1815, ending in the Battle of Waterloo. The wars on both the Zulus and Boers through around 1879 to 1902. World War I, 1914 to 1918, the so-called War of All Wars, the Great War, millions slaughtered in the mud of France. World War II, 1939 to 1945, the war that should never have happened, a prime example of man's inhumanity, concluding in the bombing of Japan. Vietnam from 56 to 75, the war that America will never forget. More recently, the Falkland War of 1982, the Gulf War of 1991, mankind's destructive nature throughout the ages.
That man's inhumanity to man line.
Yeah.
I used that for a piece I did in 1992 for my art class. It was a sculpture of a bunch of different ethnicity faces on this goofy globe thing.
Yeah.
That I submitted to the, I think it might have been Engler at the time was our governor.
Yeah, I think it was.
It was like it was like the governor's art prize that I won some incarnate. Didn't win any money or anything, but that's what I got that term from, and then turned it around into art and got some kind of shitty reward.
That's cool. Yeah.
I always tried to pull that, my love of this shit into stuff that was a little bit more acceptable to other people, where they're like, oh shit, this stuff actually has something to say.
Yeah. It's not just garbage death metal or, whatever they dismissed.
Yeah, it's not like
cutting up bodies and
or like it's not Twisted Sister, like these people, like there's more to it. It's not just like partying and that kind of shit. So
it bums me out because in 10th grade, Mrs. Lukowski's class, we did a poetry project that I've mentioned before, and I did it on War and Death, and I used a lot of Slayer lyrics and some other things, and I don't think I knew who Bolt Thrower was yet at 10th grade, unfortunately. So because I would have used a whole bunch of their songs, it would have been kind of perfect.
Yeah.
So
I did Surprise You're Dead in my, I think it was my
from Faith No More
sophomore year poetry thing. Yeah,
that's cool. I dig it. We did have two new patrons, Mark, I wanted to mention. One is from Richard Martin, became a $10 patron, and he wrote us a little letter on the Patreon site. He says, this is the heavy metal hippie from Twitter. Remember, I read one of his letters in the Nail Bomb episode.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know his name. He says, otherwise known as Richard. He said, it took me long enough, but I finally joined you on Patreon. I sincerely owe you guys a debt for helping to fill in the gaps from my 20-year pilgrimage in the non-metal wilderness. Looking forward to getting more engaged with your current content. So thank you, Richard,
thanks, man.
for signing up. And then we just had one a couple days ago. Jason Hinton signed up to be a patron, and he wrote us on Patreon as well. He says, guys, first-time Patreon, long-time listener, long-time Decibel subscriber, and long overdue showing this great podcast the love it deserves. Even better from two guys with very similar tastes in my peer group. I'm 47 here. So, yep.
Cool. Yeah.
We're definitely the greatest middle-aged podcast that's out there, you know.
I think as far as middle-aged men are concerned, I think we might be
we've
up
cornered
there.
the market. Yeah, we've killed it.
It's probably 95% of our market. We've got a couple ladies that like it, but
yeah, we have some younger people too. There's some younger, like I said, some of my students listen, and some of the people in the 20s and stuff. But yeah.
But it's also like who has the time?
I know,
or who makes the time? Like we got like long road truckers, or we've got one of my favorite.
Maybe you have desk jobs, you know.
Oh, totally. One of my favorites was, I don't remember which episode it was now, but there was a guy who's like, hell, it might even been on like Facebook or something on our group. Yeah. He was like, yes, my wife and daughter are out of town. I get to listen to a 7-hour podcast on something. I can like knock it all off in one weekend instead of having to like split it up, you know?
Yeah, Albert from Decibel does it when he grocery shops, I know.
Yeah, I'll get random texts from him about stuff, you know, like, oh man, I finally just got through the whatever the fuck it might have been at the time. But it's like, yeah, each episode takes me at least several weeks to get through.
So funny. So if you want to become a Patreon, and we hope you do, we hope you want to support what we're doing, because we do this for free. And
this is the PBS model, but we don't get anything from the government.
Yep. So we put a lot of time and energy and research into this stuff. We've spent a lot of money to track down old Terrorizer issues and to get Zoom accounts going and different
new machines.
Yeah, exactly. So I think $5, $10 is very, very little to ask for the kind of content that we're giving you. And this is the first of two parts from Bolt Thrower. So
well, think of like most people have Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
How many hours of programming on Netflix do you consume a month for the price?
Sure.
And then how much do we give you that you actually want to hear?
That's it. Yep.
It seems like it's a pretty I think they might be $15.99 or something now.
15 something. Yeah. So I think it's totally fair to ask, $5-10.
Yeah. And we're a 2-man operation.
Yeah. 2 men. Yeah, exactly. We don't have a producer. We are the producers. We're the editors. We're doing
all the listeners that are the patrons are producers.
Yeah.
They're the ones helping produce the shows, getting us that little bit extra. We're putting the money up front, but they're helping us recoup.
Yep.
It's a great system.
So if you'd like to become a Patreon, you can go to www.patreon.com/Requiem podcast and sign up to become a monthly person there. If you're uncomfortable with the Patreon model and you'd like to make a PayPal donation or something like that, just reach out to us on social media. You can find us, Jason and Mark, on Facebook and get us on Messenger there. You can get us on Twitter at Podcast Requiem. You can get us on Instagram, Requiem Metal Podcast, and just be like, hey, I really like what you're doing. I don't really want to do Patreon, but I'd like to do a donation. We've had plenty of people do that. Albert did one. Our friend Luke from Taiwan has done that. Andreas has done that.
Bolt Thrower fan number 1.
I was going to say
number 2. I would say.
Andreas, a lot of ways inspired probably this episode in a way. We always knew we were going to go back and redo some of these old episodes, but I think his passionate, stuff definitely kind of did that. So
yeah, it's always been on his mind for the last 12 years or something.
For sure. And I think, speaking of which, I think this would be probably the time for the little surprise, Mark, that I wanted to sort of.
Oh yes, let's see how this works out.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully you can hear all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going on. So,
hello.
Is this Andreas?
Hi. Yes.
Yes.
How are you guys doing?
Good. Mark, can you hear Andreas on your end?
I can.
Okay. Yeah. So, Andreas, we are just wrapping up part 1 of Bolt Thrower, and Mark didn't know we were calling you. I told him there was going to be a surprise. But you had reached out to me and said that you wrote a lot of thoughts about Bolt Thrower and what the band meant to you, and kind of how they were a big gateway and stuff. And you and I have been talking the last few days, and you're like, if you just want me to record something, I can do that. Or what about calling in? And I was like, let's fucking do that. We haven't had a Patreon kind of call in. And in a lot of ways, you kind of sponsored this episode with a pretty significant donation. So I thought, why not fucking bring in Patreon, Andreas, and have him kind of say his words. So welcome to the Requiem for the very first time officially on air. So
yeah, great to hear from you.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Tell us kind of how you got into, metal and where you discovered kind of Bolt Thrower, because I think that's kind of an interesting sort of story. And it was one that kind of surprised me, if I'm being honest. And I'll tell you why after you tell the story. And kind of tell us that because you live in Alaska, but you were born in Spain. So you have an interesting journey as just a metalhead in general. So give us a little bio on Andreas and his metal beginnings.
All right. Well, I actually was born in Uruguay.
Uruguay.
America.
Sorry. Okay. When
bad. I was 8, my family moved to Spain.
That's what it was. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah. And when I was 11, I went with my mom in Spain. The street markets are very popular, and you buy all kinds of stuff in there, including music. And one day I went with my mom to a street market, and as she was looking for ABBA cassettes,
nothing wrong with ABBA. No.
Nothing wrong. I love ABBA.
Yeah.
I love ABBA. I was looking at cassettes, and I ran into what I later discovered what it was, but into the cover of Mob Rules by Black Sabbath.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
I had no idea who those guys were. I didn't know what music was in there, but I saw that cover, and maybe you, Mark, particularly can see what shocking that was for me. And since you're an artist, I gave the cassette to my mom, and I'm like, I need you to buy me this. I need to get this. And my mom has always been a very open person. She never judged my taste. She never say no to anything. So she bought it without asking any questions.
I think that's key. That's something Mark and I can relate to, that we had very understanding parents that kind of helped nurture our love for this kind of weird stuff,
Absolutely. Yeah. They just want to make sure everything's good. And then it's everything. Yeah.
You're not worshiping Satan or anything. You're killing animals and nope. Okay. Nope. Moving on.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I know a lot of parents of friends of mine that they would have never bought that tape.
Yeah.
Just because of what they had on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
So I got home, I put the tape on the stereo, I turned the volume all the way up. I had no idea what was going to come through those speakers. And then Turn Up the Night, which is, I don't know if you guys agree, but for me, one of the best openers ever.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It starts to blast through the speakers. And it blew my mind. It literally blew my mind. I was in awe. So that was you can call it, I don't know, an epiphany moment, a revelation moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Changed my life. For the next few weeks, all I did was to listen to that cassette. And after asking several people, I found out where the record store that had that type of music was in my city.
What city in Spain did you live in?
It's Alicante. It's in the Mediterranean coast, south of Barcelona.
Okay.
About 300 miles south of Barcelona, but the same line of coast.
Gotcha. I've swam on that coast before, so it's beautiful. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's a touristic place. Millions of people go there every summer. So anyways, I go to that record store after a few weeks, and I had no idea what to ask for. I had no idea what bands to look for. I just wanted to hear something that shocked me, like the Black Sabbath tape.
Yeah.
And as I am there, I don't know how long it went by, Overkill starts to play.
From Motorhead, right?
From Motorhead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that is another intro that it gets engraved in your head.
Oh, yeah.
Like
that double bass.
Right away.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, the double bass kick. You know, that was kind of iconic. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I went to the guy to the clerk and said, I want to buy that. And we talked for a few minutes. And I told him what had happened with Black Sabbath, that Motorhead thing, and he sold me 2 other records. Unleashing the East, which is to this day my favorite live record of all time.
Oh, it's a good one.
And Made in Japan by Deep Purple.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was like I said, like my first introduction to the music. And then, like, I guess like you guys did and everybody else did, started to discover bands, look for everything, talk with friends. And I went to, Metallica, Sabbath, Maiden, AC/DC, Zeppelin, everybody. But to be honest, and even though I'm a huge Metallica or Slayer fan, I never match those 2 moments when I listen to Mob Rules and when I listen to Overkill.
So it's almost like you were chasing that high again, that feeling, that first rush that you got from those albums that you first heard, right?
Definitely, absolutely. And in fact, I remember reading magazines about this band is going to release this record and going to buy it. For example, I bought the first copy of Appetite for Destruction that was sold in my city.
Oh, wow, cool.
The guy knew that they were, at this point, a few years after, the guy from that store and I have gone there hundreds of times. And I told him, when this comes out, give it to me. And I bought it. It was great and stuff, but it wasn't the same.
Sure.
And like I said, with many other records. Until about 10 years ago, I ran into you guys.
Ah.
I was playing poker. I'm a professional poker player.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's what I do for a living. And I was playing online back then. And listen, in the computer, I was always looking, because I spent many hours in the computer, I was looking for stuff to listen to. And I started to search for heavy metal podcasts. And I hear a few, but nothing really. And then I ran to Requiem. And when I opened and saw the episodes, that band name, Ball Thrower, I was like, wow, that sounds fucking amazing. Like, I knew nothing about death or black metal. I believe that I had already mentioned that in the past to you guys. I was completely apart from that world. I didn't know what to listen to. So I was completely stranger to it.
So this is the part that blows my mind, because I had just assumed you had always been a Bolt Thrower fan, and then
me too,
discovered art. And so when you told me this, I was like, holy shit, we introduced you to this band? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, continue. Sorry, I just wanted to tell you that was the part that really surprised me the most.
No, yeah. Keep in mind this. Spain is power metal territory.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Like Manowar are God in Spain.
Yeah.
Which I like their first few records, but
sure.
That's it.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
And you know how I feel about other bands.
Oh, you love Queensryche. Yeah, Andreas, the biggest Queensryche fan out there, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So I saw the Ball Thrower. I had heard the name, I saw it in the past, but never listened to the band. And you guys started the episode with Cenotaph.
Okay, that's what we started with. Okay.
And just those first seconds, even though it was only like 10 seconds, I'm like, oh my God, what is this? This isn't. Like, this is, like you say, Jason, the high. Like, and like, this is what I've been looking for. I listened to the episode, and every second of music in that episode, I was like, this is the band I always wanted to listen to.
That's incredible.
like all bands had something that was missing for me. Like there was always something, and with Warthrow it was perfect for my ears. I'm not saying they are the best out there. I'm saying for me they are.
Mm-hmm.
They made the exact music that I always wanted to listen to.
I get that. Yeah, they kind
That's
of
awesome.
fit that niche, you know. Yeah, I kind of talked about a song. It was earlier when we were recording the episode. I said this is a textbook. Like you put the last like minute of this song in a museum for death metal. This is like a perfect death metal moment. I'll have to see what that was. But continue. Sorry, Andres.
Yeah. No, well, and basically that's from that moment on, I made sure that I bought every single piece of music they ever made. And also there was something else that caught my attention, and it's in my two favorite artists of all times have always been Lemmy and Johnny Cash.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Both men in black. Both men in black.
Very authentic.
Yeah.
Exactly. The authenticity, the honesty, the integrity part.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like that for me was fundamental. And these guys had this motto: in a world of compromise, some don't. That caught my attention like right away, like immediately. And like these guys are like that perfect. Like they were made for me to discover them.
Well, and they never really compromised their sound to trends or anything like that either,
Never.
which is kind of like Lemmy and Johnny Cash are kind of like stick to their guns kind of characters, you know?
Yes, and not just that. My impression, which Leia can tell you as a story about it, was also that they never sold out for money, not just musically, but I had the impression that they never did something just for the financial gain of it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're very DIY with like how they did their t-shirts and merch and things like that.
Yeah, their ethics in general. They would like say fuck the money. This is not our ethics.
Yeah, they wouldn't do tours if like they didn't like the corporation behind the tours and things like that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Exactly. For all I read about them, match that impression, and that for me is very important. Like it's fundamental. And then I have, if I have a minute, I can tell you a couple of stories related to that.
Absolutely. You kind of sponsored this episode with that donation you gave. So this is your forum. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, the first one, after Paul Thrower disbanded when Kitty dies, Karl forms Memoriam, which is a great band. I have to say, really like Memoriam.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We're going to be talking about them in part 2 for sure.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised because they're really good. So anyway, they form Memoriam and they make a post on Facebook announcing that they have their first t-shirts.
Mm-hmm.
And I ordered 2 of them and I sent a private message on Facebook to the band saying that they have a fan in Alaska and that I was honored to support them, blah, blah. And a couple of weeks later, I received the t-shirts, a Memoriam sticker, and a handwritten note that they posted in the Facebook page a few days ago. Jason, I'm sure you saw it.
Oh, yeah. You tagged that. That was to you. I remember. That's cool.
Yeah. Well, Karl personally sent a note thanking me for supporting the band, which I thought was really cool because, not very few people would do that. He sold 2 t-shirts. He know that I spent $2,000 with the band.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really cool. But then on December 2019, he did something that was much more cooler than that. He made a post on Facebook saying that he had found at his house the last 2 Bolt Thrower t-shirts that he had. And you guys know for how much that merch goes online.
Yeah. I looked last week on eBay. There was like $300, $400, $500 for shirts. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, it's bad, Mark. It's about the most extreme you're going to find of any band right now.
Well, last time I saw them, I bought everything they had.
I know. You were smart.
Yeah, well, I didn't have the opportunity of seeing them live, so I never got access to their merch.
The merch, yeah.
So Karl made that post saying, I have these 2 t-shirts, I'm going to put them on eBay. And I sent him a private message and saying, I want one of those and I pay whatever you want for it. I imagine, the guy, the singer of the band, he must be aware of what a legend he is. He can ask a decent chunk of money.
Sure, yeah.
for a t-shirt, And a couple hours later, I have my prize. And when he sent to me, I really thought that he was fucking with me. Because he sold me the t-shirt with the shipping to Alaska, which is not cheap, for 77 pounds.
Wow.
Which is like $100.
Yeah.
And that for me was like, this guy is just,
some integrity there. Yeah.
Yeah, he proved to me that he really stick to what he says he is. And he sent me the t-shirt, and once again, I opened the envelope and I have another memorial sticker, this time signed by the entire band, and another handwritten note from him saying that I'm such a big fan, blah, blah, blah. And that was very touching and important for me. So yeah,
that's great.
I am the biggest ball thrower fan out there at this moment.
Yeah, I think you and Mark are probably the 2 that I've ever encountered. So you guys are in an elite club, and I'm not too far, but I'm not going to pretend I have the level. You guys both have tattoos.
I have 3 bolt throw tattoos.
You have 3?
3. Well, one is it's on my the top of my hand. I have the Chaos Eye Star. I think that was on the back of, oh God, what was that? The Spearhead EP, maybe? And then it goes up into, I've got like some Realm of Chaos stuff that goes up to my forearm as well. And then the first tattoo I ever got was a Chaos Star that was on my shoulder that actually got covered, but you can still see it with the Repulsion head.
Okay.
All my tattoos are death metal tattoos.
Because you have a couple, right? Yeah.
What?
You have 2, right?
They are combined. One of them is in a word of compromise, some done with the star that Mark was mentioned in the middle.
Yeah.
Around it, there are fractions of the Realm of Chaos cover, and on the other side of my arm, I have in large the band's logo with this shield, you can call, black and red. It covers half of my arm.
Wow.
It's all combined together, but it's like 2 different images.
That's awesome.
Yeah, well, you need to send us a picture of that. I'd love to.
Yeah, no doubt.
See it.
We'll post that.
Someday we'll do like one of those Predator handshakes.
Yeah,
where we get to see both of our our tattoos together.
Handshake. Yeah, that'll be the dream, man. That'll be the dream. So
yeah, absolutely.
But we really appreciate obviously everything that you've done, and I know you have kind of a surprise that you want to kind of talk about as well. That you hinted to me, and it's going to be a surprise, I'm sure, to Mark and to our listeners and stuff. So go ahead. The floor is yours still, Andreas.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mark, I have not had interaction with you, but I had with Jason in the past. He knows how important you guys have been for me. Not just for Thrower, there's a lot of bands that right now are some of my favorites that I would have not discovered if it hadn't been for you guys. Dissection, which is another band that blows my mind. Emperor, Mayhem, all those bands now mean a lot to me, and they were not there before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I have always admire the amount of work that you guys put into this. I can only imagine that, particularly since you did these neurosis episodes, I can only imagine that a 4-hour episode takes, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 hours of research.
Or more, yeah.
There was a lot for that, yeah.
Yeah. And you guys seem a little bit shy when it comes to the financial department. We're not good at begging for money.
We're modest.
We're too modest sometimes, for sure.
Yes. Yeah. But you know what? You don't go to the bank and say, listen, I'm doing such an amazing podcast. Can you just take care of my mortgage because I'm such a nice guy?
Yeah, I know.
So I wear the badge of being the first patron you guys had. And I believe I am the highest monthly contributor to the podcast.
Yep, for sure. Yeah.
So I want to send, I don't know, you can call it a challenge or make an offer to the audience, to the rest of people listening to this whenever they listen to it. My monthly contribution to the podcast is $20. It has always been $20. In the first 30 days after releasing this episode, if anybody wants to top that, if anybody say, okay, you know what, I'm going to send them $25 a month, I will double that amount. And I will keep it for as long as that person does.
So you're going to match, you'll double somebody that matches what you're donating right now or goes above what you're donating.
The monthly contribution. But then we have the one-time donations.
Okay.
And this is what I think that for people maybe is the easiest thing to do. You know, say, you know what, I just listened to an amazing episode. I'm going to send these guys X amount of money. Whatever money you guys receive for a month after releasing this episode, I would also want to match it.
So you'll match any one-time donations that come out after the bolt thrower stuff?
Yes, sir.
Wow. That's amazing.
So hopefully this incentivizes people to say, okay, you know what? Whatever I do is going to be double, so I'm going to do it. Because you guys deserve it. Like, you guys really deserve it.
Oh, I know we deserve
it.
Yeah.
I think Mark knows we deserve it, but it's
But it's what makes it is that you think we deserve it.
Yeah.
Andreas, that means a lot to us.
Yep. Means the most.
Thank you so much.
So that is incredible, Andreas. And Andreas has even kind of commented that, and this is something for Mark and I to kind of talk about down the road, about doing almost sort of what you did here, where you almost sponsored an episode with a pretty sizable donation, almost kind of putting it out there for people to spend a certain amount of money to get us to do maybe a band or an album that they really, really want, that's kind of tailored to their stuff that they think maybe Mark and I wouldn't do, perhaps. You know, you were kind of talking to me about that too, right, Andreas?
Absolutely. I can think of several bands that you guys have not done yet that have a following out there and whose fans I would have paid. If you guys have had a price tag for this episode, I would have paid it.
Yeah.
Like 100% I would have paid it. And I can only imagine, for what I read other people post in the forums, that it would be the same case for all guys out there.
For certain bands, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For certain bands. And you need to, I mean, there's podcasts out there who have very small followers, very small amount of followers, who do that and they finance themselves. It's not about getting a Ferrari in your house. It's about getting some money back.
Paying bills.
Paying bills and affording the CDs and the stuff. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I've talked to Mark a little bit about this before. I don't know if we've done it on the air, but the wrestling podcast I listen to, they do something they call the Hopper. And basically, they'll do a Hopper episode like every 2 or 3 episodes, where basically there's a week for bidding, and it's a bidding war, and whoever has the highest bid gets to pick the wrestling pay-per-view for the guys to research. And those bids get like absurd. Some of them get like $400, $500, $600, $700. And I'm like, what? Somebody's paying $700 to hear a podcast on 1994 SummerSlam. But you, like you said, there's passionate people out there that really hopefully like what Mark and I do with the deep dive and the research and stuff like that. And so, yeah, it's definitely something we're not uninterested in that idea. We would just need to kind of figure out how we want it to do something like that, I think, so it still fits with the ethics, because we're kind of like Bolt Thrower in that we have a very strict kind of ethical way in which we've always wanted to do Requiem, which is fairly uncompromised, right? Playing full songs, not having advertisements, For
sure. And we don't want to also do like anything where it's like, you give us like 10 grand and we're going to do a Disturbed episode or something like that. I don't really want to do that.
We'd have to set like parameters. Absolutely. For sure.
But I mean, you guys have already proved yourselves.
Yeah.
It's not like you guys have been doing this for 6 months and now it looks like a money grab. No, You've been doing it for many years. There are hundreds of episodes to prove it. Nobody will think, oh, they're sell out. Now they want to make money. It's not
yeah. No, it's good to hear it from the fan base on that level, because I think sometimes we're our probably harshest critics when it comes to that stuff. And so to hear you say that is good. And so I guess the people that are listening to this, give us some feedback about the idea that Andreas kind of put forth. And if that's something like there's other people out there who would be interested in something like that, maybe we can do something around Christmas every year or whatever. Like once every 2 months, we do like a bidding war episode or something like that. We also don't want to lose sight of like what the stuff that we want to do as well. So it'd have to be obviously balanced with all that. But definitely
on that, I think it's fairly clear to me that the bands that people will request are in your ballpark.
Yeah, I think so
like
too. I don't think we have a lot of Disturbed fans. Yeah.
And nobody's gonna ask for a Queensryche episode.
Oh, they might. They might.
I love the first record.
Do a Queensryche episode that somebody gave us like hundreds of dollars to do.
I mean, I would do a Queensryche episode no matter what.
You guys didn't make any money, but I would be irking every second because I hate those guys. Like. The job state is. It was you, Mark, that said that he was the most punctual face in the world, right?
True.
Yeah, it was also. I think our friend in Taiwan, Luke, said something about the Real World song. He was pretty critical of it as well. I can't remember what he said. It was a funny comment, but yeah. So it's all right. I know I'm alone in my Queensryche love, and I'm okay with that. I don't need to do a Queensryche episode,
I'll be honest, my only pet peeve with you is that band. You have played some music, you have mentioned some bands that are like, oh my God, it's okay. But those guys, I really cannot wrap my head around them. Never have.
I think it was you that said that Hammerfall song, that new Hammerfall song we played, was the worst thing we've ever played on Requiem.
Yes.
Do you remember what was that song, Mark? The newer one that you played on the power metal.
That's the one where they're like going through the whole
they're like name dropping like Swedish metal bands.
Yeah, the history of Swedish metal.
Yeah, but it's pretty fruity. It's not a great Hammerfall song. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe having grown up in Spain, being exposed to all those bands 24/7.
You got trauma from too much power metal, right?
Man, like I said, I like some Manowar records, but the favorite Manowar song in Spain is Carry On.
Oh, yeah, that's the era I'm not really into. I like their first 4, and then I'm pretty much off the Manowar from there.
I'd say first couple, they're good.
Yep. So, well, that's awesome, Andreas. I hope you've enjoyed you're famous now. You're on the air. Yeah. You're our first Patreon to make a live appearance. I didn't know how this would sound, so I didn't really tell Mark what we were going to do. So I kind of sprung this on him. So, I'm sure.
It sounds good. Yeah. That's awesome.
Well,
that's awesome.
With my accent, people can actually discern what I'm saying.
Yeah. I know you were kind of nervous because you're, ESL a little bit with how your English would come across. But I think people are very clear, and people will enjoy hearing from a fan like this and hearing.
Yeah, I mean, ESL is my favorite type of English.
Yeah.
to be honest, like every band that is like that comes up with the best lyrics, in my opinion, do not have English as their first language.
Yeah, kind of a different lens.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah. So, Andreas, anything else before we let you go that you want to share with us or get across?
No, just thank you guys. Like, really, I am the one that says thank you to you guys for what you do.
Well, and I hope that these 2 Bolt Thrower episodes that we do are up to par for your fandom, and that we hopefully unlock some doors that even as a hardcore fan that maybe you didn't know about or appreciate about the band. And that's our best bar that we can set too for ourselves. So
sounds awesome. Sounds great, man.
All right. Thank you, Andreas. Take care.
You so much.
We'll be talking soon. Thanks again for the challenge. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Talk soon. Bye. All right. There you go, Mark.
It's a good one. Good one. He's been my compatriot in most of the forums for many years.
Yeah. So I knew he had told me about this idea of the challenge and stuff. And I was like, okay, I think this will be cool, but I think it'd be cool for you to announce it like on the air so that people can hear it and stuff like that. And so I guess, hopefully we just kind of told you how to become a Patreon. Again, if you're ready to sort of square up and do your part to become a Requiem Patreon, now's the time to do it, because it's going to benefit us, and maybe we can invest more in some cooler things and do more research. And it's certainly, I don't know,
just helping us out for the time we put in that we take away from other things too. It means a lot that Andreas would bring that, like people that already pay money every month to listen to our content, or not to listen to our content, but to kind of give us just say like, hey, we appreciate your content. To make that type of challenge is really great.
Yeah. And it reminded me of like a NPR or PBS kind of fundraising, like a matching funds kind of thing. I was like, yeah, this is right up our alley. We're non-commercial, so we do this for free. We don't have advertising. Although I think they put ads at the beginning of our Apple Podcast downloads, but that's not us. So just
we don't get a cent from any of that shit. But
so we apologize. I always just hit the fast forward 30 seconds at the start, and then I don't have to deal with that shit.
On Spotify, you don't have to listen to it.
Yeah. Yep. So it sounds like there's 2 challenges that he threw down. Basically, he'll match people that become monthly Patreons that are equal to his $20 a month for as long as you want to do it. So if you want to do it for 3 months and then lower down to 10, he'll match you on those 3 months that you do the $20 or $25 or something like that.
If you want to bankrupt Andreas, that's you can try.
He must be doing pretty well with the professional poker. So maybe we should take it'll be like Hangover. We need to take Andreas to like Las Vegas. Like
we can give him our Patreon money to actually reinvest.
Put it on black. That'd be pretty awesome.
Just like Wesley Snipes.
Yep. And then the other one is if anybody does a one-time donation, they just want to do that, he'll match that as well. So that's very, very awesome.
Very generous.
Appreciate it. Yeah. The thanks, we can't say thank you enough. So if you want to get in touch with us beyond Patreon, like I said, you can go to www.patreon.com/Requiem podcast, or you can go to requiemmetal.com and click on the Patreon link there, and then you can get signed up that way. If you're kind of confused on how to do it or something like that, just shoot us a message on Facebook or Twitter or something like that, and I can send you the link if for some reason my directions aren't clear. If you want to give us some feedback, you can shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. You can send us messages on Twitter, on Facebook, Mark and Jason. If you do become a Patreon, you get into our exclusive Facebook page where, a lot of discussions like this are kind of happening that are exclusive to supporters of the podcast, and even contributors like Chris is in there and Albert's in there, and, Joseph Schaefer and a few other kind of people that we have as guests quite often are in there. I think Nick Green's in the page too. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so we do love feedback. We like to read letters and things like that. We'll probably do that in part 2 if we get some feedback in time, or maybe some feedback about the Nail Bomb or the Fudge Tunnel episodes or things like that. I also want to say too, we didn't really, I think I was coming back from Italy and just kind of forgot to mention it. But I feel like, you know, as a hardcore death metal fan and a Michigan native, that this is hopefully a fitting tribute to Trevor from Black Dahlia Murder, who was a friend of the Patreon or of the podcast too. And I knew the guy personally. It was a fucking blow. Yeah, really tragic. We didn't get a chance to really talk about it on any of the episodes because of when we record it and stuff like that. But
this is like this last year, like, you know, the third person that I've known personally that has passed either, you know, by their own hand or by fate. But we're getting to that age, and just anybody that's out there that's got any kind of that needs help, man, ask for it, because there's more people out there than you'd think that are gonna, you know, that have your back and will help you through whatever you're going through.
Absolutely. And Trevor actually had wanted to we were planning on doing a pretty big American death metal series with him, and we were kind of in the early works of putting some of that stuff together. And so I know this is an American death metal band, but hopefully, you know, Bolt Thrower being kind of one of the greats is a fitting tribute to that, to him and to the memory of that genre and what kind of he brought to it as a newer generation kind of death metal. Yeah,
the enthusiast. Nobody ever questioned his love of death metal.
And he was very encyclopedic, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to bring somebody with that kind of perspective in. And so it's
I don't know anybody that had a bad thing to say about the guy. He was a good dude. He'll be missed.
Yep, absolutely. So so we're going to hear from Gavin and Karl one last time too, as we go into Ritual and Through the Ages from the Fourth Crusade. We've thrown a lot at you here. The Andreas thing, hopefully it was a nice little surprise for people. And
awesome.
And like I said, please, you know, this is the time, you know, to become Patreons. We're doing our tank push, you know, our forward assault, you know, with that. So it's time to kind of level up into that next level that we think we're at. And so I think maybe Andreas kind of recognizes that, and maybe he can kind of be our Warmaster and get us across the line a little bit, and go from there. So, So for Bolt Thrower Part 1, I am Jason.
And I'm Art.
And we already actually had it, the Fourth Crusade. We already knew the album was going to be called that. We were looking for an actual artwork or painting that was around the Fourth Crusade, which we obviously found, which is a painting by Delacroix of the ransacking of Constantinople by the Crusaders. So it fitted well. Fourth Crusade is obviously fitted with a song title. It was our fourth album, our fourth European tour, and it all came in fours.
It's an ongoing theme with Bolt Thrower. It's something we've started from day one, even before I was in the band. The general lyrics revolved around mankind's downfall through its own stupidity, you know, warfare and things like that. Generally, but there's a wider issues in there. You know, there's a lot to do with religion's hypocrisy in there, which, you know, is kind of pretty relevant, and a lot of other songs which kind of about, say, one on there about everyday life, you know, Ritual. It's about kind of everyday existence, you know. So there's a kind of quite a wider kind of variety of topics on there. But generally speaking, it's a band kind of thing, you know, a term that was kind of ongoing theme within the band of, you know, mankind's downfall. It's something we find interesting through warfare, which is an ongoing topic as well. It'll be there probably, you know, till the end of the time, like end of the band, you know.
1337 to 1457. The War of the Roses of 1455 to 1485. War of the Holy Year from 1510 to 1540, another war created in the name of God. The 80 Years' War of 1568 to 1648, followed by the Great English Civil War of 1642 to 1651. The American Revolution of 1792, lasting through to 1802. Followed by the Napoleonic Wars of 1803 to 1815, ending with the Battle of Waterloo. The wars on both the Zulus and Boers from around 1879 to 1902. World War I, 1914 to 1918. The so-called War of All Wars, the Great War, millions slaughtered in the murder France. World War II, 1939 to 1945, the war that should never have happened. The prime example of man's inhumanity, concluded in the bombing of Japan. Vietnam, from 1956 to 1975, the war that America will never forget. More recently, the Falklands War in 1982, the Gulf War of 1999,